Good afternoon, good evening, and good day. Also, good morning to those of you on the West Coast. We're here today to talk about EVs, green living, space, and nerdery, and good to see you all again. Let's make sure that the audio is working on YouTube, and we'll get into it. All right, it's good. Let's pull up the chat, make sure I didn't miss anybody. Sometimes you guys chat while I'm getting the last of it together. I didn't miss anybody, that's good. And now that the switch tabs feature is back that I'm sharing, I've loaded up a bunch of the articles, the ones that weren't already in the notebook, and we'll get into it. Omar is traveling, so he won't be with us today. Hopefully, some of the other folks show up, and that'll make it for an even more interesting conversation. Forgot to take my vitamins and medicine, so you do that real quick before something bad happens. Since none of y'all know where I am, it would be a little interesting if I just slumped over. That would be not good. All right, almost there. Sorry about this. So excited to get all the articles together. I made that mistake of not medicating. There we go. Yeah. Here we go. Let's start with Lucid. Where's the share button at? There. Yes. Somebody's got to take on Texas. So, well, let's fix this view. There's not more than one of us on here at the moment, so let's go into Blogger Reacts View. Vlogger Reacts View? Anyway, Lucid has sued Texas in an attempt to overturn the direct sales ban. This is something why I don't understand why Tesla hasn't done in 12 years. They could have done this already. They didn't. Part of it has to do with obviously the fact that they came to an agreement, and it's not the best, but it works. They get their service done by another company that's owned wholly by Tesla, and the deliveries up until Austin, the deliveries would come in from out of state, so they were fine. But as we've been talking about on the Tesla Life and on here, and even on What Drives Us, it's like, what are they doing where they've got this situation where they can't make them and sell them in the same state? It's a little weird. Are they taking them out and bringing them back? Are they selling them on paper to one of their other not stores? Well, yes, it's a store, it's not a dealership. To one of their other stores and then bringing them back and selling them from Texas. Is that other store actually delivering them, even though they've never moved? It's quite interesting. Like, and it's not unheard of that they do this either. My car, I bought it in Charlotte, Matthews Tesla store, but it was actually the Raleigh Tesla store that was doing all the work because they had the dealer license at the time. At the time, Hendricks had their lawyers going after Tesla with the how do they call it? They said that the two stores were too close to each other, even though they were a 3.5 hour drive with no traffic away from each other. Oh, the stores are too close to each other, but yet you can have a Toyota and Toyota or Chevy and Chevy dealer on the other sides of town, in the same town. So Lucid didn't have such a sweetheart deal, and let's see what they did to overcome their Texas problem. Let's see, they're suing the state of Texas in Austin, and they accuse the state of acting anti-competitively by forcing vehicle sales through dealerships. Boom. Yeah, I mean, I have nothing against dealerships. If you want to use a dealership model, that's your choice, but you shouldn't be forced to use a middleman to sell your product if it's not something like drugs or explosives. I mean, come on. And even then, if done correctly and you are able to take on all the liabilities and do all the checks to make sure that the customer is the customer, maybe even then you don't need it. Obviously, you don't want an explosive store or a drugstore just selling direct to the public with no checks. But I don't think that that's what's being proposed here on any level. Robert says hello. Good morning or good evening to you. Evening? No, it's only a couple hours, 5 hours. It's just early evening, late afternoon. Actually, that depends on if you guys play with your clocks yet or not. In North America we play with our clocks this morning, so it'd be nice when we could stop that scam. But at least this time it was in our favor. We get to sleep in a little bit, catch up on some sleep. The one in the spring is the one that I most object to, but uh, we need to stop messing with the clocks. This is modern times, and even when we started this mess, like it might have had a minor effect back when we called it wartime, back in World War I and II. But even back in the time of candles, it didn't save any daylight. People just adjust their schedules. Would be more effective if people had flexible business hours. I mean, my bank already is closed most of the time that I'm at work, and uh, good luck getting to the doctor or the dentist. So we're already used to this concept. And look at your children's schools; they don't run on the same schedule that you do either. So just a little courage to "Oh, this is the way we've always done things. It's been less than 100 years that we've been on this garbage. We can get back off it. Hey, good to see you. So Robert hasn't yet played with the clock. So it is exactly evening over there. Good evening, sir. Uh, all right. What was I looking for over to my left? I had the beverage. It doesn't matter. We'll figure it out later. So Lucid is borrowing from a tried and tested legal strategy from Tesla for this suit. Tesla sued state officials in Michigan for a similar issue, and the party settled after 3 years of litigation. Yes, it's the settling part. I want something fair for everybody. Just because Ford, GM, Stellantis, Ferrari, Volkswagen, all of them got into exclusive agreements with dealerships doesn't mean that anybody else has to do so. It's their choice. However, in some of the states that you're in, once there is a dealer anywhere in the country, the manufacturer can't open another one anywhere in the country because it would be too close. Similar to the argument in North Carolina, except that North Carolina was extra asinine because it's not like it was Jim's Tesla and Bob's Tesla were too close to each other. No, it was Tesla Inc. and Tesla Inc. are too close to each other. Who are they hurting? Nobody. Um, gotta love bureaucrats and middlemen. Again, if that's how you want to operate, that is totally your choice, but you should not be forced into it. And then their whole argument about, oh, what if they go under? What if, well, Hummer, Oldsmobile, Pontiac, and yeah, those are the big ones. They all went under, and the argument is, yes, you can still get parts for them, but that's only because they use the same parts as every other GM product. Like, imagine if they actually went out of business. You'd be looking at new old stock and third party. Well, I just wish they weren't so disingenuous about it. Like, it, the beauty of it for a manufacturer is all of your inventory is sold as soon as you build it, so you don't have to uh, worry about having salespeople out there. You don't have to have corporate to corporate, blah blah blah. You just dump them on the dealers, and then you keep on making more, and then it's their problem. Same thing goes for like drug manufacturers or people who sell to electronic stores. Although you've got Apple, Microsoft, Google, a bunch of the others like them that sell through those retail channels, but then also sell direct because there's no law that forces them to use the middleman. They actually elect to do both. You in most of the, not most of the, but in a good many of the states you can't do both. If you have dealerships, you have to do dealerships. But if you don't have dealerships, you shouldn't be forced to do dealerships. I mean, what if you had a the uh, what if Satya Nadella the head CEO over at Microsoft had a falling out with whoever the CEO is of Best Buy, and then just out of pure pettiness they decide they're not going to sell through Best Buy, but they'll sell everywhere else. That's their prerogative. What? Not if the dealers and their politicians have their way. And not every dealership is paying off the politicians, but there are enough of them. All right, let's see what else they came up to in here. Some states continue to maintain archaic dealership rules. Yep. Connecticut still bans direct sales despite repeated attempts. Uh, if successful in Texas, will hopefully open direct sales to all automakers. Despite calling the Lone Star State their home, Tesla is not allowed to sell cars directly to consumers in Texas. Yep. I still don't get why Texas won the bid without them pushing against that law there. It says for years Tesla's been working political channels to change dealership laws, but has been unsuccessful. See, the problem is Texas only meets every other year to do their lawmaking, and every other time that they're on the docket, they don't actually make it to the floor. So, it's why did you pick them? Let's see if there are any comments on this, or if comments are still broken on discuss. Comments are fixed on discuss on Drive Tesla worldwide. There, Canada, Drive Tesla Canada. Wish them luck. Yes. All right. So next, where do we want to go next? Let's go to this list here. There we go. All right, so BP Pulse and Hertz are going to build the first GigaHub EV charging center at LAX. And this makes sense. You rent a lot of cars at airports. Hertz is at a lot of the airport car rental stands. Why not make it easier for their customers to return the cars in the correct condition? Also, uh, if they have a favorable rate plan, then they can save on building any charging infrastructure of their own, and they can just kind of take the cars over there to get them to whatever level they should be at to actually leave the facilities, um, which is a different charge level than they require the customer to bring them in at, which I believe is 10%. I'd have to look at a rental agreement to know for sure, or go back to an old show or an old article and figure it out. But I don't feel like doing that. Sorry. um, this is a Chatamo connector, isn't it? It looks like a Chatamo connector. That's not a Tesla Tesla charge port. There's the CCS there. Interesting. Yeah, that's a Chatamo handle. Robert says fireworks going off. I'm not a fan of fireworks. I mean, they're pretty, but man, when folks do them at home, they have no self control, just all hours of the night, all day long. And it's coming up on that time now. We're in the winter holidays coming up, so ready for New Year. They're going to be before, after. Ugh, I feel bad for the folks with PTSD and scary pets. Let's see. Da, 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 da. So 500 locations in 38 states. That's all right. Not bad at all. I might have to rent a Hertz Model 3 coming up at the end of the month here. We'll see. Pulse has already started installing the chargers at 25 locations. That's not bad. And this partnership would expand the scale and the user base, starting with the Hertz fleet and renter. So you're looking at the Hertz fleet and rental. Okay, so yeah, that's what I was saying. Hertz could use it for themselves and their renters. Not bad. It's gonna be a $2 million grant from the California Energy Commission. Okay, that saves you a lot of money on infrastructure beyond just pushing it off to another company, because they also save. In thin details, but looking at 48 DC fast chargers in a few years at LAX, 150 to 350 kilowatts. That's not bad. Expected to service 6,400 vehicles between taxis and rideshare. So you get Uber and taxis and probably the rental cars too. Not bad. Oh, it's a related video. I'm like, what does the Hummer have to do with any of this? See, there's the CCS handle. Let's see the two comments. Let's see what we're looking at. Probably some garbage. It is Autoblog. Nothing against Autoblog, but we're talking petrol heads here. And a lot of them have just something against EVs. It's not loading. Let's refresh and then reload and see what happens. 0 comments, 2 comments. What if I do this? Hit refresh one more time. Like, click this. Nope. All right, click this again, and then we'll go on to the next thing. Like I said, if you're going to electrify all the things, you need a place to charge them, so that makes sense. Moving on. BMW may adopt a Tesla-like direct-to-consumer sales model. I mean, why not? I don't know how you're going to do it in the States. but why not? Unless that's why it's Tesla-like, because maybe you run it through the dealership, but you're doing everything. Let's see what they're talking about here. Tesla's way of doing things has proven to be the best in the industry, often proven the best to be in the industry, even though some of their ideas and tactics have received ridicule from legacy automakers. Yeah, but oh, who wants a big old screen on your dashboard? Now everybody's got a big old screen on the dashboard. Most of them are the old style portrait. A few of them are landscape, like Tesla's gone to. Only a few, and most of them aren't as big. Some of them are just gaudy, but they're not they're not as big. They're big for the space they've been allocated. They're considering selling directly to consumers like Tesla does. They're contemplating using the model to sell the Mini and BMW brands. Mini makes sense because when they rolled out the electric Minis, a bunch of their dealers had a conniption. Same with Smart. Not that Smart is BMW, but that's actually Mercedes. Same problem there. They tried to roll out EVs and dealers just lost their stuff. I think we talked about this one a couple weeks ago or last week, where BMW is going to be using cylindrical battery cells. See, Bennett heard something funny about Subaru this week. Uh, they think they can't open a second plant in the U.S. since McDonald's will steal their employees because the wages are high. So then raise your wages. You're selling cars. People are already used to spending money on it. Big Macs, not so much. These companies and their just constant cheapness. Like, there's nothing wrong with paying a living wage. People shouldn't need 2 and 3 jobs to survive. Even if they are low skill jobs, you should be able to work one job, go home, and subsist. You want to work more? That's great, but you shouldn't have to. Ah, all right, so let's see. The chief of BMW Group interviews a German site. That one. Peter mentioned that this company wants to bypass the dealerships between them and the buyers. And again, this is my theory with Ford Blue and Ford Model E. I still think that Model E is going to be Ford soon enough, and Ford Blue will be all the stuff they don't want, including their dealer contracts. They'll just kind of take them, shove them over there, and then cut the strings and set them adrift. It makes sense. You can't tell me it doesn't make sense. It may not be what they do, but there is a logic there. Tesla and Rivian have demonstrated that selling directly to buyers works. However, it's easier for them to implement as they do not have the same dealership baggage. This is true. And no comments on that one. All right, so there was also rumors that Tesla was interested in buying Glencore, a mining operation, but Elon tweeted that that's not true. So I actually pulled that one from the articles as I was bringing our list up. And let's switch on over to this one here. Lithium producer Livent Corp is considering a Canadian expansion. It only makes sense. Like, you've already got the nickel and the cobalt. You got everything you need for making a battery in Canada. So this one is at their North Carolina plant. All right. And of course, it's like that would have been so cool if it was like a Leaf instead of a Altima or Sentra or whatever that is. So one of the leading players in North America. They have supply agreements with Tesla, General Motors, and BMW. Already active in Canada and invested in the upcoming Nemaska lithium project in Quebec. Okay. So since they've already got something that's upcoming there, it's only logical to put a plant there to save on logistics. Yeah, that's what I just said. According to Reuters, Livent noted that Canada is a core part of its plan moving forward. Yeah, that too. It's unclear what they have in mind, but Canada's seen a significant investment into the EV space. The other thing with it, aside from them having the materials, is they are also a good legal entity for the upcoming tax credits. Because if the battery is composed of components that come from a state nation with agreements with the U.S. for trade, that makes it easier to get everything through. So Canada and Mexico, they've got a sweet deal to the point that Europe is complaining and wanting to be in on the deal, even though they're not North American. All right, so let's see. Moving on. People get upset when I tell them that Saudi Arabia is also not just Saudi Arabia, but a lot of the states in the Middle East are talking about the end of fossil fuels. Like they just can't wrap their head around it. They're like, "Oh, certain person in politics is making it so my gas is expensive." Like, no, the president doesn't control your gas prices. He did not tell OPEC to go and cut production. Yeah, Robert sent me an article about the folks in the UK. They want to start an EV tax. I think it's premature to do that. Maybe the year after next would be a good start for them. Right now, there's just not enough to when you've got a deadline of 2035, 2040. You wanna kinda get people to that point in the momentum where there's no turning back, and, they're not there yet. I mean, they're doing good, but do you wanna slow it down? Because some people see the extra tax and just freak out, and despite the tax, they'll keep themselves in a fossil or the good thing, they could start walking, but that's unlikely. Um, Riding public transit, it's possible in Europe, but not so much in North America. But we've already got like where my car is registered. I had to pay an extra registration fee essentially because my car doesn't burn any gas. Not that I burn any gas in that state anyway, because I am what they call a traveler. So I wouldn't be there but a couple days every few years anyway. But at least it's only $50. South Carolina wanted four or $500. Virginia, not only do they want a similar amount, but they also uh, really requested my Tesla login credentials so they could track the car to determine what they wanted to charge me. Nah, you're not logging into my car, Bo. All right. So, as I was saying, Saudi Arabia and the other Middle Eastern states, depending on which kingdom and prince and principality we're talking about, they all see the writing on the wall to the point. I believe Saudi Arabia's was 2050 or 2060 uh, for their end fossil date, which is the latest in the world as far as declared dates. But it's there. It's on there, and it's way too late to actually make a change, but it's still there. So Saudi Arabia is set up with electric vehicle joint venture with Foxconn, and they've called it, I'm guessing, Seer. I mean, that's what it looks like. You could correct me if I'm wrong. Uh, I don't know. It makes sense. Saudi Arabia's invested in a lot of stuff, so why not? If you're already planning to get off oil in 50 years, why not? Well, no, not even 50 years now. At this point, 30 years. Why not um, make sure that you've got the investments made around the world to help sustain you not being able to pull dead animals and plants out of the ground and set them afire. So this is coming from their sovereign wealth fund, and let's see, we're looking at the first cars from Sierra will be ready by 2025, and they'll use licensed components from BMW. It's the Tesla approach again. Tesla used to sell components to other manufacturers to build their stuff, or in the case of Toyota, just build the whole car for them. They expect to attract more than 150 million in foreign direct investment through Sear, and up to 30,000 jobs will be created, and 8 billion will be added to the kingdom's GDP by 2034. Right, jobs are always good. And they currently own more than 60% of the Lucid Group, which is another good point. You might have been wondering why thousands of Lucids were being. Wait, did I say the right company? Yes, that's why thousands of Lucid Airs are being shipped to Saudi Arabia, and you got to satisfy your investors. Do you think they'd sell them to places? Well, I guess if everyone is sold, what's it matter? But do you think that they would sell them to other places where they have more bang for their buck, like places that have EV incentives? Make it cheaper on your customers, but you still get the same amount in your pocket. All right. All right. So we already know that Tesla has applied to become an electric company in Texas. Well, now they want to become a telecommunications company in Canada. They've applied for a CRTC license to become a telecommunications reseller in Canada. They want to basically not have to pay Rogers and the other one all that money. I believe they're using Rogers in Canada, just like they're using AT&T in the States. I don't know what it is, but like whenever something favors AT&T and they also do Canada, then they tend to pick Rogers. Um, Instead of paying Rogers for all the cell connectivity for the cars, they just do it themselves. And I'm wondering how they're gonna do this. I mean, 'cause they could just resell SpaceX, but the V2 birds aren't up in the air, so they're not doing the satellite to cell technology yet. Uh, they could be an MVNO. I think that Canada's got MVNOs just like we have here in the States. The mobile network operator virtual operators. So like Google Fi, Boost Mobile, uh, Mint Mobile, a bunch of the smaller, cheaper uh, cell carriers, the newer ones. They're just virtual. They ride on AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. Let's see what we're looking at here. Application confirms that Tesla does not intend to own or operate transmission facilities in Canada. That's what I was wondering. Like, how are you gonna do it if you don't have any antennas? Machine-to-machine cellular data service for in-vehicle infotainment system, infotainment access, internet access, and mobile terminating SMS to wake up vehicles. So that part's really cool right there. The way they use SMS today is if your car is asleep and offline, rather than waiting for it to phone in and check in, they'll just send an SMS. Send your car a specially formed text message. The car receives the text message, wakes up and does the thing, and if it's at that point it's supposed to be giving you a stream, it will stay online and give you the stream, or it'll do whatever you told it to do, like unlock the doors and just stay online for a little bit before it goes back to sleep. And at that point, your app becomes fully responsive. That's why it kind of behaves the way it does. I don't know why it's so much faster than everybody else's. Like maybe it's just a lighter sleep because I know for sure my Volt also sent text messages to the car to wake it up, but it was so slow. Even when it was already awake, it would the next command was a little bit faster, but it was still so slow. So I'm wondering if the deeper sleep has something to do with it. Let's see. So we should not expect Tesla Wireless to come to Canada to take on the big three. That would be really cool. And Dan really likes the idea of a Tesla phone, and that would make him happy. Even if he could only get it in Canada. But if they sell it unlocked, you could buy the Tesla phone in Canada, and if it's got the right bands, use it in the US or wherever you live at. That'd be really cool. As of this morning, there's only a single intervention on the application, a comment against it saying it'll take money out of Canada. Greedy. So whoever that one cell phone company is that said, "No, it's gonna take money out of Canada." Tesla operates in Canada, so they can leave the money in the country. Let's see. Once public comments are over, the CRTC will either approve or deny the application. Uh, that's kind of cool. I think it's smart. I think it's pretty smart. John says, like Starlink, as long as Tesla agrees that prices stay in line with what Bell, Rogers, and Telus charge, they should get approved, as it's the singular most egregious hurdle to get a license in Canada besides Canadian ownership percentage of the applicant. But even better is if they're not selling it to the customer, because right now, when you buy the data connection in your Tesla, you're not paying for the SIM, you're paying for the feature. So really, it's just Tesla saving money right here. Doesn't mean they can't pass the savings on to us, but uh, they don't have to justify the price. I don't know that I pulled this one, but it was one I wanted to talk about. So several people got notifications from SpaceX that the laser links have been turned on the Starlink satellites that service their cell. And then when you look at the map, you see that whole portions of the globe have been turned on. You'll notice these. This is not as clean as I like. Um, let's just go to the SpaceX map. Again, I love the way the Musk companies let you just go to a very logical URL. So I went starlink.com/map. So we now see that almost all of Australia is covered. And then you see a really curious condition up in the northern latitudes. See these striking bands here? These just aren't covered by. They're like too far out of range for the satellites with the laser links, and they're too far from the ground coverage. So they're just coming soon, starting in Q1 of 23 for this whole band here, and expanding in Q1 of 2023 here. So these ones are just oversold, except for like these little pockets here available now, and that's why it looks the way it does. And let's see where else we can notice this. Like we notice that more of the US is available now. Still not in this highly populated eastern region. Canada too. I see Toronto in there. Toronto's in the starting in 2023. More of South America has come online. More of Africa is available. I'm surprised to see it as dark as it is because we remember we saw like Nigeria and a couple of others that Elon was talking about. But it might just be like a handful of test sites like schools and stuff. And then we see that all of Oceania is available except for this small portion of Australia. Cool. Oh yeah, that was the other thing. All of Japan is available now. Hawaii's been on there for a minute, and almost all of Alaska. Bennett has Starlink for RV, and it works in the coming soon part in Florida and Georgia. Oh yeah, yeah. Part of the problem with the coming soon is that they've oversold. So if you want to buy residential, you can get best effort, which means that they'll try to get you done. And if you're an RV or residential with portability, uh, they'll 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 try and take care of you. So there's a chance you could get in there and not have coverage, but I like the way they do it. They just kind of slow everybody down rather than not letting you have it. So the way that they're trying to keep the slowdowns in check is just limiting the amount of people who can get access to the dishes. But as they fill out the cells and the shells, then the cells should be more service as well. So like here we see more of Florida is just straight up available now. None of this waiting stuff, even though they're in the southeast and the east, whatever parallel that is. Pretty cool. Not parallel, whichever longitude. Yeah, longitude that is. All right, I'm just taking this all in. This is a little bit different than it was the other day. Still got that weird spot right here in West Virginia, Virginia. I wonder if that's the way. There's a part of West Virginia that has just like a blackout area where you can't have any electronics, and I wonder if that's just a limitation of making sure that that coverage is there, or I don't even know if that's the right spot of it. It might be in this part for all I know. They've also, I don't know if we talked about it last week. They introduced Starlink for RVs with mobility, which is a Starlink high performance dish, it's a flat one like we saw on the cruise ships, that you can use while in motion. And we've got a lot of Starlink news today, so I'll just skip on to. Uh, well, let me see if I can't suss out any of it right now, real quick. Uh, yeah, we'll do that. Share this tab instead. So, several most Starlink customers, including myself, we got emails from SpaceX this weekend. They were saying that if you are on a business account or on a residential account, your priority data is limited to 1 terabyte per month during the hours that are not 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. And once you hit that 1 terabyte on residential, they'll just knock you down to the same priority as RV. If you're on a business account, they'll knock you down to 1 meg up and 1 meg down for the remainder of the month. Ah, apparently my breakfast was too much. Anyway, or it took too long to get the pills in there. The Yeah, so the business is limited to an atrocious 1 meg per second in each direction. I don't know how they expect you to do business on that. You can for an astronomical fee, order. Okay, so it's not that much. It's like 25 cents a gigabyte, but the problem is uh, how easily it is to go over your gigabytes at that point. Um, let's say, for example, you used another terabyte. So that's 1024 times 0.25. It's another $256 in 1 month um, of usage. But they warn you that once you turn on the feature to get more data, you'll end up with no cap. So you'll have to at that point have your own router set up to kind of hard limit you at whatever your budget is. So that way you don't make a mess of your of your internet connection bill. It's the reason that that's kind of like extra offensive to me is the business. I'm not on a business plan. The business plan is $500 a month, so they're already paying 5 times the price, and they only get the same cap, but they get so much more of a punishment for exceeding that cap. Uh, there has been talk. It hasn't been listed on their site yet that I'm aware of. That you can get yeah, so business users pay significantly higher fee, $500 compared to $110 for the US. And we'll go to their website again and we'll double check what I'm saying here about the tiers. There will be a way to get it back. Let's see. There's the email we got, and then the email will say, in the last 6 months, you have used over 1 terabyte of data during at least 1 month, which means you may be switched to basic access if your usage patterns stay the same. And let me go to my email, and mine does not say that because, like I said, my Starlink is looking at a tree because it really likes that tree, and I can't put it on the other side of the tree because the tree is in a neighbor's yard. Let's see. I think I got it yesterday. I've got some emails to go through though. Some of them look pretty important. All right, so my email says Starlink fair use policy, and in that same spot it says more to the words the top of the email instead of at the bottom of the email, like the guy who went over. Mine says, based on the your usage data over the past 6 months, this policy will have no impact on your service if your usage patterns stay the same. Yeah, my dish won't be looking at a tree for the next 6 months. I guarantee you that. Robert says it's 90 pounds for the phone. Good gracious. Where were we with that? So now we're going to go to Starlink.com. If they have listed this rumored packages to get out from under the fair use policy. All right, so let's go to. So you can get the high performance dish or the V2 dish for residential. For RVs, you can get the V2 dish or the flat high performance dish. Customer quotes. Mm, business. So there's the high performance dish, which is standard on business. It's just a little wider. Limited service locations for the most part. Let's try the FAQs. We'll open that in a new tab. Uh, RV won't have it. Let's try. Hey, that is me. I'm glad you didn't dox me. Resources. No, I didn't want news. I wanted their FAQ. So let's, like I said, I keep saying they have useful URLs. Let's try FAQ. Yep. But that's not the one I wanted. I wanted the TOS actually. Uh, well, shoot, I've got this email open on the other tab. Let me go to the email and copy the link. Return to service, copy link. Get back to you guys. Paste and go. Oh, I would have never guessed legal. Select your region, US. So right now, this policy is only in the US anyway. Aviation deposit terms, Starlink service terms. Open that in a new window. Privacy, acceptable use. I think it's that one, or fair use. All right, we've got a couple. Now to find my window. So we'll share this tab instead. Deposits, agreement to purchase, installation, fair use. There we go. Residential monthly allocation of priority access. Under such plan, after you've used your monthly limit, you will continue to receive an unlimited amount of basic data for the remainder of your billing cycle. With basic data, you'll no longer be prioritized over traffic generated by other customers during periods of network congestion. In times of network congestion, users with basic access may experience slower speeds and reduced performance compared to priority access, which may result in degradation or unavailability of certain third-party services or applications. Your uses between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. will not count towards priority access limits. See Starlink Fair Use Policy for details on data allocation and Starlink specifications for expected performance for service plans. So let's also open that one because they changed this page as well. All right, so for business, the fair use plan is business and certain mobility plans. By certain mobility plans, I'm assuming they mean uh, maritime for cruise ships and aviation for airplanes. Are allocated a certain amount of data for priority access. Priority access data under business and certain mobility plans are given network priority over all other data on the Starlink network, including residential priority access. So a business priority is more ranked than my residential priority. And if I turn on portability and go somewhere, then I'll be down with the RVs and the folks who've run out of their allocation on home use. Here comes the fun stuff. So let's see. Including residential access. See the specifications. After priority access data is exhausted each month for your data limits set in your service plan, Starlink will throttle your upload and download speeds for business and mobility service plans unless additional priority access is purchased. See the priority access data limits and throttle speeds in the fair use policy. We've got that one coming up for more details. Business and mobility customers who have exhausted their priority access and have not purchased additional data will experience slower speeds and reduced performance compared to priority access. Throttled services will result in degradation or unavailability of certain applications such as streaming video, gaming, or other bandwidth-intensive applications. For the business service plan, data usage between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. will not count towards priority access and data access limits. For mobility service plan, your data usage will count towards the priority access limits anytime you use Starlink. So if you've got the Starlink for RV, or if you've got the maritime or aviation, your ticker is always running. So once you hit a terabyte, anytime, even if you're accessing it from 11 to 7, you're done. And if it's a business mobility account, once you've done that, you're locked out basically. It'll still work, but 1 meg up and down. All right, tracking data, user protection, low priority, portability services. So the RV isn't yet an issue unless they start to add priority to the RV RV mobility. And mobility is different than portability. Portability is you can move it and set it up, move it and set it up. Mobility is you can just leave it on and run it. All right, Starlink for RV, best effort, limitations. As a consumer product is not available for purchase by commercial, enterprise, or governmental institutions. Starlink for RV can only be used within the same continent as the registered address. Does it still say you can't move it? Probably wouldn't say that because they'd have to specify which dish can be moved and which dish can't move. All right, let's move on to the next one here. So these are the Starlink specifications. And here's the performance for fixed service plans. Service availability is greater than 99% for all of them. For standard, you can expect 20 to 50 milliseconds. For all of them, you can expect 25 to 50 milliseconds. The expected download for residential standard is no, so fixed standard is not residential anymore, is it? So for fixed standard, it's 20 to 100 megabits. Business is 40 to 220 megabits, and best effort is 5 to 50. So that's RV, or if you're degraded. Expected uploads for residential or standard is 5 to 15 with an asterisk. Best effort speeds expected when using basic access in congested areas during timed high usage. Users are likely to experience these speeds in waitlist areas shown on the Starlink map. So the dark blue, if you move it there, you're going to see this as well. Let's see. So business is 8 to 25 upload, and best effort is 2 to 10. If you go to mobility, this is new right here. This whole chart is new. The recreational and all the way through premium are greater than 99%. So recreational will be, I guess, if you're going to use RV on a boat, perhaps, which is nice because I've been complaining along as well as several others about families that live on boats that aren't like mega yachts. I mean, you can have like a small rowboat and live on it. Okay, maybe not a rowboat, but a small sailboat and live on it and not be rich. So they've been needing a solution for a while other than pull into harbor and pull out your Yagi antenna. Um, Latency of less than 99 milliseconds. How generous. That's quite high. But it can also get quite low depending on where you're talking about. Expected download is 5 to 50 on recreational with expected upload of 2 to 10 megabits per second. It's perfectly serviceable. You can work from home on that. You can do schooling. Commercial, which I assume is maritime, like the cruise ships and stuff, mega yachts, 4 to 220 down and 8 to 25 up. And premium, which I'm interpreting to be the aviation, the Starlink aviation on the airplane, 60 to 250 megabits per second down and 10 to 30 megabits per second up. And two things going here. One, they're paying, what was it? 50,000 per month, up minimum of 50,000 per month for the service. They better be able to max that thing out sometimes. All right, so let's see. Let's go on to the next one. All right, the acceptable use policy, I think we're going to skip because it didn't have anything to do with that. Hello, Margie. uh, it says, it says stay home, do the 5. Oh, they don't translate on screen. That's fine. All right, so the acceptable use policy doesn't have any of those new changes in it that are interesting to me. The fair use policy does. So let's switch over to that one. Look at some of the changes here. Residential services. All right, so priority data limits during peak hours is 1 terabyte currently. Priority access is not available for RV, portability, and best effort, which is part of the deal. And additional priority access on residential is 25 cents per gigabyte. Let's roll down to business. So business, they have priority access limits during peak hours. Right now is 1 terabyte. But they have new service plans right here that they're showing. Nobody that I've talked with has been able to order these yet, but you can actually lower your service tier on business to 500 gigabytes. I imagine that would bring the prices down from the 500 a month, I hope. And then this is the only plan that they offered for business so far is the 1,000. I guess 1,000 megabytes or gigabytes give you a terabyte. So now they have 3,000, which give you 3 terabytes before they slow you down. I'm curious how much this one will cost. So that's not so bad if you can option up before they start charging you per the gigabyte. Here's the problem here. Their priority access, additional priority access on any tier is $1 per gigabyte. So if you are on the 1,000, you need another terabyte. say you just have a conference or something and you forget or don't realize and you don't option up to the 3,000, or in the case of the people I've talked to where the 3,000 not yet available for sale, um, to get that next terabyte, it's gonna be $1,024 on top of your $500. That's wow. You only use 30 gigs in 30 days? Let me pull mine up. I'm curious what I've done now. Um, that's the wrong one. I need this one. No, I don't want to share this tab. This is me. This is private. It's loading. Of course, when you talk about a computer, it slows down. Follow this link. Really? Oh, there it goes. All right. So in the last, since the middle of October 28th, we have burned 1.61 terabytes and rising, between streaming, 4K video sharing, not sharing, but streaming, um, streaming out to you guys, and then downloading, and of course, work from home and all of that stuff. So, of the my network reliability has been almost 100%. A couple days where it's been down. I don't know if that was my fault or what. So there's currently 60 devices on the network, and that gives them 3.1 gigabytes each from the 28th. Except that obviously, like these studio lights, they use 0 web data, which is nice. So they're bringing the average down. All right, let's go back to YouTube. And yeah, so thankfully that wasn't all on Starlink. I think Starlink was like 200 gigs, and I mean, right now I'm on fiber, so there's none of that on there. So we just 4K all the time, 8K if we count it. Why not? But when we switch to Starlink, we'll be good citizens, good netizens. But that 3 terabyte plan is nice to see. Because when we were talking about the 1 gigabyte or $1 per gigabyte over, without the existence of these two plans, that's sharp. If you're using more than 3 terabytes, I would suggest probably getting multiple business dishes and making sure you keep them under 3 terabytes. There are um, devices that can make this very easy. Most routers have a cap. Uh, most business routers that do load balancing or failover will allow you to set a cap and say, hey, once that cap is reached, take it out of the pool. Some of the more advanced ones will let you do bonding, which of course bonding uses the same data on all of them, so that would actually burn through your cap even faster. So I wouldn't bond on that. Does work from home include any container image download for Docker Desktop? Most of mine is that YouTube and game download. Yeah, I do some image downloading and definitely YouTube, and the game machine's in that dark cabinet behind me. It does download even though I don't, with the baby and all of this and work, I haven't had a chance to break out my games lately, but at least I know they'll be ready when I turn it on. Yes, it does. Eddie says, Starlink. The Starlink world is out of my jurisdiction. Um, it's meant for people who are at the moment, I mean, they want to service everybody, but at the moment, at the current deployment level, it's meant for people where uh, all the other options are either unavailable or ridiculously expensive. So, like, say some guy on the side of a mountain, and his phone company wants $20,000 to roll out copper or fiber to his place, and then a 10-year contract to make sure that that he doesn't go anywhere. Uh, that that would be a good candidate for Starlink. A lot of those folks in that area where I showed you where they're under the laser links, they they would be good for it too. Yeah, Robert, you're probably a good example for it. You're a little more urban than they're um, targeting, but it would work for you. Um, think think all the people that have been missed out on all these rural broadband efforts in the U.S. where they say, "Oh yeah, we'll give this many $1 million to the phone companies to make sure that that little Timmy's farmer child can actually learn online," and then the phone companies take the money and then they say, "Oh, it's too hard. We did a study and now we're broke. We can't afford to get baby Timmy um, the internet that he needs to go to school." Those folks, they would be well serviced by this. Folks that are already on satellite internet from like HughesNet or whatever for $300 a month at 300 millisecond or more ping time and 5 megabits per second down, and just a pathetic upload of under 500 megabit of under 500 kilobits. And you give them a Starlink at $100 a month, $110 a month, if they don't qualify for any incentives, and they can now get 10 to 200 megabits per second down, and they can give 5 to 15 megabits per second up. Now Timmy is like doing live interactions with the teacher and everything. So that's who is targeted at right now. Folks who need to be unplugged and are far from cellular coverage, or affordable cellular coverage. So yeah, semi farm country exactly, or straight up farm country. Middle of the desert, middle of the ocean if you're on maritime, but that's a whole different. The official maritime is a whole that's like business. But like say an RV plan and then the family on the sailboat. That would be a good one right there. Speaking of a family, hello Moto. How was your nap? Did you have a good nap? She's got back some of her words. She used to say milk, and then she's been saying this word that she made up called ning, which means either she wants to change or milk. And now she says, "Mom, mom, 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 mom," which is milk, not mom. Say hi to everybody. Say hello. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to talking about Starlink, huh? All right. So mobility. These are again the folks like uh, if they ever offer priority on Starlink for RV mobility, and then definitely currently the maritime and aviation. All right, so they get a terabyte of connection for commercial. Recreation does not get priority access, so these will be the RV plan. Elon says he's going to rename that the RV plan on a boat or in the air, or you wouldn't be able to use it in the air. Um, yes. Oh, you like the headphone? Bennett says hello, Moto. Ow! It's not a drum. That's my ear. Oh, they're not talking back. You won't be able to hear them. You gotta wait for somebody to come on online as a co-host for you to hear them. All right, so you don't get priority as recreation at the moment, but commercial you get 1 terabyte of priority on mobility. Then I guess that's Amazon opening my door. My torque wrench for the wheels broke the lug nut, not the lug nut, the socket for the lug nut when I was torquing it down. So I ordered a new one because having properly torqued wheels is important. Yes. So ordered another one. It's the last thing you want. Oh, ouch! That sounded like it hurt you more than it hurt me. Um, Last thing you want is your wheels to fall off while rolling down the road. And Teslas currently take 129 foot-pounds, or what was it, 90 Newton meters, something like that, um, on their lugs. So my little Chinese clone lug, lug sockets, they broke. So anyway, for maritime, you're looking at $2 per gigabyte. So if you need another terabyte on commercial, you're looking at 2,024 or $2,048 for your extra terabyte. Ouch. Although I imagine the cruise line can afford it. I don't know about depending on what your business is. Say you are well, an oil rig can afford it, but say you are a scientific research vessel, you might not have the extra budget for that every month. But if you're on the proper maritime plan, then you actually get the proper maritime plan is considered premium. You get 5 terabytes per month. I guess that'd also cover the Starlink for aviation as well. You get 5 terabytes per month. So I think that's reasonable for what they're charging those people. $500 a month. No, $5,000 a month and 50 to whatever $1,000 a month. Yeah, sweetie. Um, and then when you're off of your priority with these business mobility plans, just like the regular business plans, um, you drop down to 1 megabit up and down. The only difference is you pay $2 per gigabyte if you're on the mobility plans. They have a transcontinental data, interesting, and ocean data. These are add-on services to be able to get transcontinental and ocean. So yeah, this sounds like they're implementing Elon's plan of not calling RV because it was confusing people. Plus, it gives them more stuff to charge you for. Oven on for pizza stone baked spinach and ricotta. I got it yesterday. Yeah, I like using our pizza stone. Carnival asked for $80 for internet for a 4-day cruise in 2015. They'll be able to cover it. Yeah, exactly. But what we're hoping is since Starlink is so much cheaper than what they were using before, that they can also lower the price they charge because $80 for 4 days is ridiculous. A couple dollars more, and you can just bring your own Starlink and set it up on the boat. Something that that wasn't against the terms of service, and nobody stole your dish, etc., etc. Are you done drumming on my ear? All right, let's move on to the next one here. That's just the FAQ. Yes. All right, let's go somewhere else. We'll do some more SpaceX, maybe some more Starlink later. All right, we talked about BMW taking on a more Tesla-like direct to consumers. Let's talk about Hyperloop. A shipment has arrived. Yes, that was Amazon opening my garage door. All right, so the Hawthorne Hyperloop has been removed with an update. So the Hawthorne Hyperloop, what we're talking about here is the test tunnel that they built at the end of the Hawthorne parking lot, the design center, where the teams could test out their Hyperloop models for the prize money. It's gone. It's been removed from its home near SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, and the Hyperloop had hosted student competitions between 2018 and 2019, but it's been dormant ever since. The location is now home to excess parking for SpaceX staff. Yeah, Tesla, SpaceX, all of them have parking issues. It's interesting. There's a RV and a Hyperloop mock-up. Yes. Ouch. You're gonna make me go deaf, child. Ah. Oh, look at this laugh. It's got this masochist. Hey, you don't like that, do you? No. All right. So the update is if the original underground test tunnel is still in operation or accessible. According to a source at Tesla's Hawthorne facility, work to deconstruct the Hyperloop was completed on June 21st of 2022. The tunnel was not filled in and is still accessible but not used. So this is the underground one. Oh. Hyperloop was always exciting, but it's been severely scaled back over the years. Yeah, because Elon didn't have time for it. although magically he has time for Twitter. SpaceX has moved on from Hyperloop, but Boring Company continues to work on the idea, as do several Hyperloop named companies, like Virgin Hyperloop and Hyperloop Inc. and uh, the Vegas Convention Center Loop and now expanded Las Vegas Loop utilizes Tesla vehicles instead of traditional vacuum Hyperloop. Yep. They don't operate in a vacuum either, though. They boil their coolant and kill their occupants. But several of the boring tunnels are actually rated to be Hyperloop. All they need to do is pump a partial vacuum in them and switch the vehicles out. Hyperloop testing at full scale begins later this year. This is tweeted from the Boring Company in April of this year. Yeah. Well, we'll see. This is another one of those things that Elon thinks is cool and will probably happen and happen really well, but not anywhere near the schedule he said it should be able to be done in. Uh, so yeah, yeah. Your hands smell like Pampers. You play with your Pampers? Ever since we brought her home from the hospital, whenever it was time to change her, we would hand her a diaper and ask her to hold us, and she does. Let's see. So we did a portion of this video last, what, 2 weeks ago? Yes. Can I get my ear right? Yeah, you can look at the cord go, please. Thank you. No, you have one tooth. You can't bite that. Hurt yourself. Nope, nope, nope. You want your toy? You want your banana toothbrush? Here, you know how to do it. One thing you don't know how to do is put it in the right way. There you go. All right, so we looked at a little video on the Tesla Twitter where they covered. It was like a recruiting video, and this looks like the same video to me, but it was really cool. So we'll do it again, minus the music, of course. I said minus the music. How do I do that? Oh, because it's on their Instagram now. That's why it's longer. But if I can't mute it, then we can't do it. Either way, it was the same one we saw, but slightly longer. Moving on. That's the Megapack facility. Let's share this tab instead. Tesla's planning a facility in Southfield, Detroit for R&D and repairs. This wouldn't be their first time in Motor City in Michigan, if you will, because they've got Tesla Tool and Die, which was a company they bought for making their tools and their dies, obviously. They finished up their work for their other customers, and they work exclusively for Tesla now, similar to how Tesla Grumman Automotive did when they bought Grumman in Germany. So we know that at least those employees are union, but I think the ones in Michigan are too. You're drooling all over me with this toothbrush of yours. Mom's hair all over you. All right, so this is going to be R&D and repair. So always good to have some more service facilities with Tesla, and hopefully the service doesn't take over the R&D because they've got plenty of service to do. But R&D is important. We talked about how they've got a new facility in Texas, a new warehouse in San Antonio. Southfield had to update its zoning ordinance to accommodate Tesla's plans because it did not cover electric vehicles and R&D, as reported by Detroit News. They'll expand the building to 34,500 square feet, according to the planning director. And he described the project as I've been telling people, this isn't your grandfather's bump shop. There's no oils and gases, There's a lot of computers and chips, and you can do diagnostics in a much cleaner way than your typical automotive repair shop. It's true. It's a well-known name. We continue to say that we're at the center of it. Ouch! She's biting my finger. We're just finishing up our master plan. We're trying to anticipate the industry moving to electric vehicles, autonomous vehicles, and automated vehicles. We're trying to position ourselves with our zoning to be flexible for these new technologies. So this is always good to see a politician that actually cares about what's going on in their city, um, bringing in new business, taking care of the citizens so they can have good jobs and not see the jobs go away and then the people go away and then the town fall apart. Update on this one. We looked at this one earlier. They don't want this? She threw her toothbrush. Who's that? Who's that? Is that mommy? What's up? Is that mommy? Yeah. What do you want? Do you want mom? She wants to look at herself on the camera. Alright, so let's look into this one. Let's see if that update on the Model Y crash is a recent update or if it's just like a one when it was done. 2021. What's the update? No, so it's not a new update. I think for that they would probably put a new article out and say this is update to that. So let's go on to the next one. Talk about China for a little bit. Tesla extends a unique offer for Model 3 and Model Y customers in Germany. We'll talk about China in a minute. This is I kind of grouped them all together. Let's see what they're giving in Germany. The 2023 German government incentives for electric cars will be reduced. Since Tesla can't fulfill all orders this year, they will cover the difference if you order till December 31st but receive the car in 2023. And this is what I was saying that was good about several of the other automakers were doing this for their customers in the States. And everybody but BYD, who's operating in the States but not planning on offering factories here, they several of them offered plans like this to make sure that their customers were taken care of, and that they don't lose orders, which is smart. So there you go. As noted in the screenshots of the message Tesla sent to its customers, however, the electric maker will be covering the difference between the incentive and next year's adjusted incentive. Okay, so if the incentive was 3,000 euros and you pick your car up in the time that you only get 1,000 euros, Tesla will give you 2,000 euros to make up for it. That's cool. This will be implemented for vehicles whose orders are placed until December 31st. That makes sense. You want to keep your orders high? Why not? Also keep your delivery pipeline full. The environmental bonus will decrease in 2023, and we want to make sure that you benefit from the high environmental bonus funding with your Model 3, even if you do not receive your vehicle until 2023 due to high demand this year. Nice. They did a good thing. This is another reason why Tesla should export nearly all of Giga Shanghai's output to Europe and elsewhere, where Tesla can get higher prices for their vehicles than they do in China. Yeah, except if they have any sort of political requirement to keep a certain amount in China. Plus, they can use different batteries on the ones in China, that sort of thing. Bet you Germany is erasing even more forests and villages to expand their surface mining of brown coal, especially now that they can't get the Russian oil. I will move on before we get into the thick of it. Share this tab instead. We've got Model Y pictures all over the world. Global plug-in electric car sales in September 2022 exceeded 1 million cars. It's the new all-time monthly record. Not bad. Let's look at these charts. Let's see. Pure plugins, 795,000, up 50% year over year and a 13% market share. Plug-in hybrids, 245,000, up 54% year over year, a 4% share. for a total of 1,040,289, up 51% year over year, and a 17% market share. So anyone tells you that, oh yeah, electric cars are just 1%. Yeah, they're just 1% deployed. It's actually like 2 or 3% deployed, but that's not going to stay the case for long because they keep hitting these quarter over quarter increases, and eventually that number is going to go up to 4, 5, 6%. And as we get closer to the uh, stop sale dates of fossils in all these countries, it's going to go uh, even further. A lot of these people are in denial anyway. They're like, "Oh yeah, it'll never happen." It takes 15 years to 20 years to roll the fleet. So if everybody were to switch to making EVs and plug-ins right now, like at full output, it would take 15 to 20 years to see everything switch over. That's assuming you don't add any new capacity, which Tesla is adding capacity, so that'll be interesting to see how those numbers change. Tesla and Rivian and Lucid, all the new companies. But if we just kept what we had, it would take exactly 20 years, 15 to 20 years. Let's see. So the model rank. Oh, cool. They got it down by models. Tesla Model Y at 113,000. Model 3 at 68,000. The BYD Song at 45,000. The Wuling Honggong Mini EV 37,000. BYD Chin Plus at 36. BYD Han at 31. BYD Dolphin at 24. BYD One Plus 23. Volkswagen ID4 at 15,000. And the BYD Tang at 15,000. BYD has the largest number of models on this chart, don't they? After 9 months of 2022, the new two Tesla models are at the top as the Model 3 regained second position. While Tesla Model Y appears to be out of range for any other plug-in vehicle, the race for second place is still open, especially since the Model 3 is only up 1% year over year. We're not going to read the whole top 20, but the top 20 list is dominated by Chinese manufacturers, as only 5 models are from non-Chinese brands. We'll go for the first few. Tesla Model Y at 522,000. Tesla Model 3 at 336,000. Oh my goodness, that is quite a separation. Elon promised that Model Y would be their best-selling car, and look at that, it clearly is. But in some countries and regions, it is the best-selling vehicle. Period. That he didn't promise us, and that's kind of cool to see. Followed by the Wuling Honggong Mini at 316,000, catching quite up to the Model 3 at a tenth of the price. And the same ones we saw in that last list with all the BYDs. Volkswagen ID4 in ninth place, and another BYD, the BYD Tang, at 10th place. See anybody else that's not Chinese on this list. The Kia EV6 at 19, which is really good for a car that came out this year. And that's 61,000. Great Wall Aura Good Cat, bringing up the rear at 56,000. Oh my goodness. Brand rank, BYD is at 200,000, Tesla is at 190,000, and SAC GM Wuling is at 42,000. Mary leads again. Volkswagen at just 36,000, Geely at 30,000, Mercedes-Benz at 29,000 in seventh place, BMW at 29,000. They can catch Mercedes at this rate. And Cherry of all people, 21,000. Cherry ice cream is such a fun car name. Yes. Did they actually pick that? That's really cool if they did. Yeah, they did the cherry ice cream. I didn't even notice that. And it's a QQ too. Ice cream. That's awesome. Oh man. All right, let's keep going here. Okay, so BYD. Remember that BYD has uh, quite an interesting mix. They've got regular plug-in hybrids. They've got uh, EVs, and their prices are much lower than Tesla's. Um, it's amazing to see. They must be doing something right though, because when you compare them against everyone else, it's not Tesla. It's like these two are just dominating. Bolt EUV. Any comments on this one? Nice data to see Waiting to see what the US looks like. Yeah, that'll probably be coming out soon. 10 million per year globally should have a noticeable impact on gas consumption. Absolutely. Share of new plugins have doubled every year since 2019. We're hitting the upward slope of the S adoption curve. This is true because once it gets there, we're going to see more than doubling. And BYD must be happy leading the pack and ahead of the others. Yes, but this is also why BYD is mad that they don't qualify for the um, U.S. incentives because they're so used to just taking it all home. All they have to do is build a factory here. I understand it's not that simple, but it is that simple. It's a lot of logistics involved. I know. I know. Uh, let's see. It is large worldwide. This number of plug-in vehicles increased fivefold to 60 million per year. It would still take around 38 years to replace ICE vehicles with plug-in vehicles. Yes, that's what I was saying about the replacing the fleet. Um, then you still have to deal with the number of PHEVs sold over those years and finally getting them recycled into materials to use to make BEV replacements. So far, the world supply chain ownership of raw materials, new form of OPEC, perhaps LIPEC. uh, I don't think that lithium will be under that same sort of control. Development of new material or new mineral and material resources. Da, 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 da. It's not going to take 50 years. You're thinking linearly. Uh, New Way says, considering the average scrapping age is about half, that there would be not many ICEs to replace 38 years after ICEs are not sold. Absolutely. Most of the transition will be done during the next 20 years. Absolutely. Um, BYD doesn't want to outbid Mickey D's for employees, apparently. Absolutely. um, but they have to. I mean, just because this is what you pay people in China doesn't mean that's what you can pay people in the States. It's the market you're getting into. Right, what's next? So we spoke about Tesla maintaining incentives, and we just talked about what those are doing worldwide. Tesla's done price cuts, resulting in cancellations for China EV brands. So they're going to try and take back some of that BYD and some of those other folks that were further down the chain. Just eat their lunch. That's a pretty sight. Look at all those Teslas ready to go out for sale or delivery, I should say. They've already been sold if they've been built. Da, da. Tesla's recent price cuts are reportedly resulting in significant cancellation for Chinese brands. However, deliveries are down month over month in October. Yeah, but remember, Tesla does this quarterly push that they say they're not doing anymore, and you can't look at any 1 month for Tesla deliveries. Unless they're saying that all deliveries are down because people are now in line for a Tesla, which that would make sense. It's important news for Tesla because, or since there have been early signs of a demand slowdown for the automaker, including much shorter delivery times. That's not necessarily. I mean, that's what. If they weren't also selling the cars elsewhere, then yeah, might look at it that way. But I don't know. This move was significant since Tesla only cut prices in China, which is an extremely important market for EV sales. Today, China's Passenger Car Association released the vehicle output for October 22 and confirmed that Tesla's output at Gigafactory Shanghai was 71,704 cars, down 83,000 in September. Down from 83,000 in September. Yeah, but remember also in September they cranked the factory because they came back from COVID break and ah, can't look at any 1 month and any one plant for Tesla and draw conclusions based on that. Not yet. You acknowledge that in your next paragraph, dude. Why bother wasting the type? Uh, However, month to month is not really the best way to look at Tesla's output in China, which can always be a bit cyclical. Normally, you're better off comparing the same month in the previous quarter, but that was July 2022, which is horrible for Tesla at only 28,000 units due to the factory shutdown. Yeah, another one. Let's see. Bennett says a delivery time less than 6 months is just a sign that they're improving production to better match demand. Folks are bad at cause and effect. Yes, cause and effect, and like analyzing what's going on because um, if they still put out 100,000 cars out of China, which is obviously more than they've done yet, but they put out 100,000 cars in China, but only sold 2,000 in China, doesn't necessarily mean that nobody in China wanted to buy the car. They could have raise the price. They could have determined that, oh, hey, let's catch that German tax incentive before it's gone, and we shipped all the cars to Germany so that we don't have to come out of pocket this 2,000 or whatever I made up that $3,000 euros. Now they don't have to come up that 2,000 out of our pocket because now the cars were delivered in time. So if they didn't sell any in Germany and they didn't sell any in China and they didn't make any in China, then you could say, if there was no natural disaster or factory shutdown to some more disease or natural disaster, then you could say, okay, maybe they're having troubles. But that's not what happened. And the price cuts, as we saw, were just them staying competitive and deciding they're going to eat some people's lunch. He didn't outright name the brands, but companies like Neo and Xpeng are seen as Tesla's biggest direct competitors in China. Yeah, because they're not building little shoe boxes; they're building like real cars. Uh, the Oolong Hongkong Mini is selling great, but it's you wouldn't cross shop that with a Tesla unless maybe it was like a kid's first car and like you're like, are their grades good enough for a Tesla, or do they get the Oolong Hongkong Mini? Sorry, kid, you should have got another A. Not that I'm in any position to give my kid a Tesla when she can drive. Oof, maybe someday, that'll be nice. Um, Based on the timing of the price cuts, Tesla increasing production capacity at Giga Shanghai, the impact will most likely be felt in the numbers in November and December. I would agree. Let's see what the readers say about this. Down from yes, they don't always have the best editing on the site. Sometimes they get things out a little quick. um, Down 13%. Yeah. People arguing about math, and let's go on to the next thing. So, not only did Tesla cut their prices in China, so did Ford. Ford cut the Mustang Mach-E price in China as a reaction to Tesla's China price adjustments. So everybody's cars are getting cheaper in China. Everybody else's cars everywhere else in the world are getting more expensive. All right, let's take a look at this chart and see what they did. Um, so anywhere from 20 to 28,000 Chinese yuan. Not bad. The rear-wheel drive standard range, rear-wheel drive long range, rear-wheel drive premium, and the GT first edition. None of the other all-wheel drives are on there except the GT. And that GT might even be rear-wheel drive for all we know. Unless all GTs are all-wheel drive, even in China. Because remember, with the lower value of the money there and the lower incomes overall, even our premium stuff tends to get sold a little decontented in China. Let's see. Real Drive Premium and GT First Edition remain above the RMB 300,000 limit. So most of these were lowered in response to get the Chinese incentive. And as we talked about last week, that's why Tesla did theirs, not necessarily just to eat the lunch. Because if you can get free money for your customer and then still pocket the same amount of money, why not do it? Especially if you can sell a little more. Change is not a major surprise, especially the extremely competitive EV landscape for the Mustang Mach-E in its segment. Yeah. The WeChat announcement from Ford China did not directly mention Tesla. The timing of the price adjustment suggests it certainly influenced the decision. Yeah, because if your number one cross-shop vehicle for your model Mach-E is the Model Y, and they just lower their price to take advantage of incentives, that makes theirs already cheaper than yours from the lowering of the price since you were on at parity. They've lowered their price, and then they get another benefit because now they've got the tax incentive. So what do? You're going to come right down to match. Otherwise, you're going to be sitting on product. Ford China has not seen outstanding sales for the vehicle. As per local media reports, the company only sold a few thousand units. They sold some units. Also, what this will see is now that it's come down in price, more people are going to be able to fit it in their budget. So you might actually see an increase in sales from that. Unless you just had a terrible product and nobody wanted it in the first place, which I don't think that's the case for the Mach-E. It's not for me, but it's still a solid car. In the U.S., Ford more than doubled their battery electric vehicle sales in October of 22. The company says that it strengthens as America's number two electric vehicle brand. Wait a minute, I thought that Mary was leading the way. So are they number two to GM? Now we all know the answer is they're number two to Tesla, but uh, Mary led from the back. uh, for those of you who aren't longtime viewers, Mary led. You may know it from elsewhere. GM is always talking about how they're leading, and Mary Barra, their CEO, is talking about how they're the biggest and the baddest and the bestest and blah blah blah. And so, whenever they're not there, or whenever are there and they're not where they say they are, it's just a little fun little poke at the company. Not that they make bad products, um, although they still haven't given Eddie his battery. So there's also that. Let's see. In October, Ford sales were down 151,131 vehicles. It was 9.8% down. 30 models announced by 2025. That's leading the way. Didn't Toyota also announce a smattering of models? They canceled the one that a lot of folks were interested in, the Mini FJ Cruiser. But they've also finally opened their eyes and realized that electric is something they got to focus on. And we'll see, like I said a couple weeks ago, if they hit that snooze button or if they're now going to get out of bed and do something about it. Um, I would love to see GM get back on track because it was them, Nissan, and Tesla leading the way at first, and then Nissan just like hit the pause button, and then GM was doing well, and they seemed to lose their steam when they got to the Volt battery issue. And I mean, they're releasing new models. They've got the triplet trucks. They've got the Canyon, the Denali, and the Silverado. The Canyon is a lower vehicle of the Sierra. So I take that back. So the Sierra and the Sierra Denali, and then they've got the Silverado. They've got all of the Bright Drop. They've got the Hummer EV. I don't think that one counts because it's a Halo vehicle. Aspirational purchase. Let's go for that because it's not much of a Halo vehicle. It's just expensive and big. Um, they've got all the bolts. They've got the Blazer. They've got the Equinox. They're lining it up to catch it back, but they are not leading at the moment. Just except like you said, if you count the number of models. But Ford's got the Transit, the F-150, and the Mustang Mach-E. And then Tesla's got 4 cars, going on 5, going on 6. The Canyon is the new S10, right? Exactly. Small pickup, which nowadays is the size of a 1995 Silverado. Exactly. I'm surprised at how large the Tacoma is. I do wish the new Ford, is it the Maverick they call that thing? I don't think so. Maybe. The Some of those micro pickups would be great as they go transition to EVs. Bring back some right sized pickups. Something that's basically a car with a truck bed, maybe even extended cab with a truck bed, because a lot of people buy the trucks for the style and the utility, not necessarily because you can't see a child from the driver's seat standing in front of your truck. Not necessarily because they're actually going to haul anything. So if you give them something that gets good gas mileage and they can throw some luggage in, or they can move a couch with, or do a Home Depot Lowe's run, or Menards, they can. Uh, they don't need to go do a contractor special. Uh, this is a perfect opportunity to right size the pickups once again. I mean, not saying get rid of the behemoths because there's a use for them, but not everybody needs a Cybertruck sized pickup if they need a pickup. A little Subaru Brat might be a little too small, but that Ford Maverick is a good size. Let's take a look at that next. It loaded up in the address bar, so as long as I don't forget and just close the window, we'll take a look at that. Let's see, Lincoln sales are down. Do they have a Lincoln EV yet? I don't think they do. Lincoln EV sales are down 13.8% to 7,196, and total sales of 158,327, down 10%. But their all-electric sales have doubled, more than doubled, reaching 6,261 units, up 120% year over year. That's great. Which is also 4.1%. So their numbers would have been even worse without EVs. Um, Company noted that such a rate of growth is 2 times higher than the average BEV segment growth. Yeah, Ford is doing great with their EVs, and you got to hand it to them. Not only that, but Ford is strengthening as the second biggest electric maker in the U.S. Despite tight inventories due to limited production, Ford's October share of the EV market was up 2.2 percentage points over last year with 8.9% share. Ford ranks number 2 in EV sales behind only Tesla. Ford's EV portfolio has been conquesting at over 60% this year. What's going on?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing well. Bennett says that Simone Yurtz's truck from a Model 3 would be perfect. Exactly. I mean, that's all some people need out of a truck, but because the only option is this big, massive thing, that's what they get. I mean, if you want a truck and the smallest truck you can get is bigger than my grandpa's F-150, then that's what they're gonna get. Um, and then Eddie says if only Toyota would come up with Prius EV, I'd be there. I think that eventually they're gonna realize this is what they need to do, and they're gonna do it. All right, so let's see. Ford's BEV includes 3 models: the Mach-E, the F-150, and the Lightning van. And let's see what they did. In October, they sold 3,055 Mach-Es, up 7.3%. 2,436 F-150 Lightnings. They can't be up anything because it's a new model. And the Ford Transit, they sold 770 of those, and this is new. The Transit and the F-150, they're going to be. I don't think they're going to sell as well as the Mach-E for a minute. The Lightning uses a bigger battery pack and more metal, and they're going to redesign the thing very shortly after it came out, just to keep up with the other EV trucks. Um, the Transit, it has a very specific customer base because it's only got a 100-mile effective range. It's more than 100 miles, but not much. And so you're looking at folks that need vans that want to either be able to get around congestion charges or, you know, if you're in an industry where you don't want to show up in a diesel van or a gas van because it would be bad for your business image. Like say you are the organic pesticide guy and you show up in a gas van when you could have showed up in an EV, kind of, it's not good for your image, right? Or if you're like a school or a hotel or somebody who's got fixed routes where you know that 100 miles is way more than you need. Uh, I keep saying 100 miles, even though it's more than 100 miles, because remember, you've got times where you forget to charge, which doesn't happen all that often, but it happens. For me, it's happened 4 times in 6 years. You've got cases where it's cold or something that might cause you to make a significant detour. So you do need to leave a small buffer. Let's call it maybe 10%. And so that's why I say the Transit's got a 100-mile range, even though I know that it's slightly longer than that. Yeah, so they're off to a wonderful start. They're catching up to Tesla. And let's go ahead and look at that Maverick I was telling you all about.
Hey, I want to say right quick on
Yeah.
that, getting used to charging. It took me a while to get used to it, but I say thank God I got a teenager son. I just text him. We
Yeah,
say, sometimes plug my car for me.
exactly. And then you got a case where you can have the car set up to text you or notify you in some way that it's not charging correctly. So as you saw on the search, as I was pulling it up, the Ford Maverick used to be a car.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And look at that. This is the perfect size pickup truck for so many American families. And this would also work in Europe, where they need the smaller vehicles and also don't tend to do pickup trucks. So if they could do an EV van based on this and do an EV truck based on this, they've already got a hybrid. Actually, now I don't know. Do they actually sell it as a hybrid? I saw the prototype hybrid plug-in battery, but I think it sells as a hybrid as a regular model as well. So it's a gas hybrid. But look at that. You just tie your stuff down. They've got a bed extender. I don't know if it's optional or standard, and it's just right size. It's not something that you're going to use all the time to go to contracting or something. But like say Your partner drives this normally as their car because they like to toss stuff in the back, and you're a construction worker. Your truck goes in the shop for some reason. You can take this to the job site and be fine. And then when your truck's out of the shop, just keep on going. Uh, or it'd be great as an only car because look, it's got the extended cab and it gets about 40 miles per gallon. But again, we're not about the gas here, so uh, imagine this as an EV. This would be a good little EV. Put the Mach E underneath this, and you're golden. Let's see. Do they sell the hybrid now, or is that just something I was looking at prototypes? So easy for me to get confused when I'm just like living in the news.
Mm.
I'm also glad to see they've got some up trim models, so now you can get all the luxury you want without having to get the bigger vehicle to get the features you like the active cruise control and that sort of thing. All right, so it looks like right now this year is just a gas truck, but
That's official Ford website.
yeah, okay, no, they do have a gas hybrid right here, 2.5 liter full hybrid powertrain or 2.0 EcoBoost. And then the what I saw the prototype of was a prototype engine and battery for the plug-in hybrid, so that's coming too. Assuming they don't cancel it. But to get as far as they did to see the one I saw, then I think that'll probably be like next year or so. But remember, I say electrify all the things, so I want to see a pure electric this as well. But I'm not mad at a plug-in hybrid because I came from plug-in hybrids. They're good training wheels. They allow you to make sure that all of your local driving is EV, and then if you need to go far or you need to haul heavy or whatever, you can just put a gas in it at that point. So I'll never be mad at somebody getting a plug-in hybrid. I might be disappointed if they come from a full electric to go to a plug-in hybrid, but
Yeah.
if they did it for a good reason, like they were always running out of charge, or they moved to a multifamily dwelling or something, then they're like, okay, that makes sense. But if they just do it because they couldn't remember to plug it in with all the reminders, that's where I'm like, oh man, I'm disappointed in you. I wouldn't tell them that. I'd be like, I'm glad you kept the EV, but man, was it that hard to plug it in? That's what I would be thinking.
That will look nice if it was an EV though. Honestly, I
This
like
would be
that.
great as an EV.
Man,
Give it 200-mile range,
yeah.
and maybe like an optional or standard tonneau cover to help keep the range up. Get rid of that stupid antenna
Mm-hmm.
on the back and integrate it into the glass of the body. Yeah, and like I said, you can it's small enough you can put a Mach E in it, and then you don't have to redo your powertrain. You just got to make sure the Mach E components can attach to that frame.
Good point.
Or if you want, you can make a new one and then just build a whole another 3 4 cars on that new thing. Yeah. So let's what do we got next? So speaking of legacy, Honda wants to. The CEO shares reservations about the simulated manual transmission for EVs. They had expressed. We talked about this a while ago, and I've already forgotten about it. But they wanted to make an EV that you could shift. I was like, yeah, that'll be kind of fun, but also like, why? it's like it's like putting in a full shifter on a CVT. Like, I mean, I understand the paddle shifter, so you can make it feel different, or you can like get a little downshift, a little boost, but why? Why? You're not going to be rolling the gears on a CVT. This was the same way, and so it looks like their CEO is also like, "This is stupid. Why are we doing this?" Veteran Japanese automaker Toyota seems to be pondering the idea of electric vehicles with manual transmissions. The longtime rival Honda has stated that it will not be pursuing any sort of simulated or artificial manual transmission for upcoming EVs. This would be true even for their upcoming flagship electric sports cars. Now, if you put a manual transmission like a real one on an EV, I get that, and that might be fun, and it could be more efficient if you do it right. Now, if Toyota's doing that, yeah, Honda hasn't said they're not doing that, but what they're saying is they're not going to do a fake one, and I respect that because why put in $50 a kit that nobody's ever going to use? It takes up space in the car,
Yeah.
and it's heavy. I mean, it may not be heavy enough that you, oh, this is so heavy, I can't pick it up by myself. But like every ounce counts when you're making an EV. I mean, it counts on the gas car, but they're so inefficient as they are that you can spare to waste some.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see. Who's making noise outside my house at this time of day? It's like raining. Who's cutting their grass now? I'm sorry. I'm being nosy, but it's really close.
Oh, like I say, I don't hear anything. I thought maybe you thought we were here. I don't hear anything.
That means the stunner's working today. Gotta love it. All right, wherever they are, they're not blowing rocks on my car, so I'm fine. Back down. And let's see. The car and driver was listening to Honda executives achieving something like a legitimate manual transmission electric car is easier said than done. Artificially, we can do it. Mechanically, it's not easy. And this is the same thing that Tesla found out with the Roadster. The first several Roadsters were manual transmission. They even had the gear shifter, and then they started burning up the transmissions because the motors made so much torque. So what they did was they welded them in second gear and took off the gear selector. And then after that, they came up with a proper one-speed transmission. And then further on down the line with Model S and later, they just have differentials,
Right.
reduction gears. They don't even have a regular transmission. Folks that advocate for shifting gears in an electric car are really missing the point. It feels like folks haven't driven an EV, possibly folks that don't drive their own car anymore. This is a possibility. I mean, I like the nostalgia aspect of it. I get. There's a meme going around in one of the groups I'm in where it says there's a picture and it says what do you think a 15-year-old car looks like, and then they have another picture next to it. What a 15-year-old car actually looks like, and it's like much newer, something you would think of as a new car. And so I'm wondering if these are the folks that are looking for a 30-year-old car that is really 60 years old now. It's possible. I mean, just like you said, the people are just kind of stuck at a point in time.
Yeah.
I've driven a few manuals and they are fun until I start to get into like day-to-day traffic. It's like, oh, take this thing away. I don't want to do this. Like my foot, my arm, like ah.
Or if you try to, just try to get to get where you're going, but also have a little snack or something, eat a little something, eat your snack.
Right, yeah. Because I drive it one hand because it's like a drink or food or
Yeah.
just an armrest in the other hand.
Especially if you have to deal with traffic.
Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, when you look at it, the drag racers are not manuals. Even the full fossil ones, they are automatic transmissions.
Well, some are, but
yeah. There's not in
majority
zero.
of them are though.
Yeah.
The manual just different. It's a lot of going to play with that.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff you got to remember.
Yeah. Well, like the top fuels, they are automated. They only last one race. You go down the track, the transmission and engine are shot.
Correct.
I wonder what the electric equivalent of that will be. Will they have to change motors and everything with the battery pack? Or will they be less wasteful? I mean, because they can manage the heat a little better.
Well,
or are they just going to amp it up a little more? Like, oh, hey, we can drop 3 megawatts through this thing now. Let's just a melted fused puddle.
That's what we wait on.
Ooh, I can't wait to see an electric top fuel dragster. I had to put it in the quotes because it's not burning anything. It's not, or it might be burning this stuff, but it's not burning fuel at that point.
Man, people, it's just like this. It's like when I mean the track, everybody know what I'm working on. I'm about to, come out with now. It's about sound, man. It's like everybody, they so infatuated with sound. I tell them, sound don't win races. Getting from A to B first win the races. Like,
right. The sound is every decibel that you hear is power that didn't make it into the road. And electric cars still aren't silent. They just have a different tone to them.
Yeah, exactly.
Going down the track, it sounds kind of like super high tech to me. Like it started with my Prius and then kept on to the Model X.
I'm sure you probably talk about it because I was in and out last week. I was traveling. I was in and out watching the show, but I'm sure you probably hit on when they showed the video of that semi truck and it had the sound going to it. I'm sure you covered that one, did you? Did you see that one?
Maybe. We've got. Let me switch tabs here. We've got the Tesla semi. Somebody got a video of it going around.
Yeah, it comes to sound. Why does it sound like it? It actually sounds pretty nice.
Yeah. Where did I put it? Looking for the word Tesla and semi truck. I got Tesla showing up on all of them, obviously. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Texas. There we go. So let's switch to this one and turn off the Honda. Tesla Semi shows off impressive acceleration in final testing ahead of deliveries video. So here I'm wondering if wherever it was, they might have been anticipating snow. This looks like what they dropped down, like the beet juice before the snow around here. Or it could be like an effect, optical illusion or something. All right, so this was in Silver Springs.
Yeah.
Now, it may not be fast compared to a Tesla car, but it is super fast compared to a semi truck that's not a bobtail. Shoot, even compared to a bobtail. I mean, it's not silent.
Yeah.
It sounds good. No more waiting for a truck to get onto the road after. I mean, I'll still move over to make room, but now you don't have to like move over and hope nobody pins you in the fast lane. I mean, not that nobody's pinning me there. I just don't like to go fast because I don't want to. I mean, I do love going fast, but I don't like to risk a ticket. I drive fast off road, off track, or not off track, off
Yeah.
public streets.
I agree.
And they got another video here. No,
Because I think it had like a plaid in the front of it. It was making a noise. It actually sounded pretty sweet. It had like a plaid in front of it.
was it the same guy? Let's just go to his Twitter. Well, not his Twitter. I want to go to his Twitter with the daggum truck. Well, this works. We'll pause this. We'll go back here. Let's share this tab instead. And we'll make this bigger. And we'll hit play. So this is a Tesla Semi, and he's in a plaid.
Oh, yeah.
Oh wow, it's got the quarter windows that open up like we used to have on the pickup trucks and cars. Look at that right there. It's open. That's cool.
Man, you got a good eye. I would never thought that. No. Man, you got a good eye.
I wonder if it's a power quarter window. Because remember, he sits in the center of the truck, so it's not like he can just reach out and grab that thing with a little knob and push.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. I would guess it would. If I put money on it, I would guess it would be.
Yeah, like a little power actuator. All right, let's make this smaller and see what other videos he's got. He's got a lot of videos of the Semi. Model S Plaid 21-inch arachnids is not good in the snow. Not surprising. I'm gonna get 19. Oh, another PSA. Remember, I kept talking about how I liked the concept of the cross contact. Well, now we've got for the Model X. If I find the right window here. Sorry, cross climate, not cross contact. So now for the Model X, instead of having to get a cross climate SUV, I'm not trying to get it on sale right now. Share this tab instead. So now instead of trying to get the cross climate SUV, I'll be getting cross climate 2s, the new edition, the proper one for my Model X. And they're actually cheaper than the stock tires. The stock tires are more than this. And it's weird because this is the first time I've seen any set of tires for my Model X where the front tires are cheaper than the back tires. There's less material in them, but I guess that the rear size is a more common size, so the rear tires are usually a good bit cheaper than the front tires, and that's not the case with this model. So what this is you can see by the tread pattern, it's a unique tread pattern, and this is for wet and snow and ice conditions. And some folks have complained that there's no center band for highway high speed, but again, I'm not risking a ticket, so I don't care about highway high speed. And by high speed, we're talking over 80 miles an hour. The only place I can do that legally is Texas and Montana, so fastest you'll usually see me go is 80. And you'll never see me doing 80 in Virginia because that's take your license away speed. And I don't know if they can take your license away if you don't have a Virginia license, but I'm not about to find out either. Let's see. Bennett says adding an electric motor to an existing drivetrain is one thing. Keep the stick shift in an old sports car. Yeah. New cars, though, just save the weight and add the performance with it. Exactly. Like the Plaid doesn't have a shifter. I mean, it doesn't even have a drive selector. You got on the screen if you haven't let it pick its own gear for you.
Right.
Absolutely. All right, so this done. There wasn't necessarily a sale, an advertisement or anything for that tire. That's just what I'm getting next, and I need tires now, so I don't need them immediately, but like it's almost time to buy some tires, and that's where we are. So let's go back to this guy's Twitter and see if we can't see any more Tesla semi stuff. Cyber Rodeo semi spotted in wild ahead of Advance of Nevada. All right. Tesla will sell every one of these as fast as they can make for decades. Absolutely. So
that's it right there.
Okay, so did he just like see the semi and then just plaid his way out to get himself a photo op?
Good question. But yeah, you're gonna hear a noise on this one.
He's gone to plaid. Oh, there he is again. Let's take a look. Got the same drivetrain. Three motors. It's not silent, but man, it's gonna be so much nicer to be near a highway than today.
And smelling that fuel.
Smelling the fumes, yeah. And this was unlike our friends over at Nikola, this was uphill. So you didn't hear it going.
Oh, right.
It wasn't going downhill, and it wasn't going. It was just
right.
Oh, there's a hill. Let's just keep going. They only paint one side of the truck. Yeah, it's the same one with the window open. Like again, you can see the pause, please. Right here, you can still see the quarter windows open. So yeah, they only painted one side of this truck. Like,
yeah.
What's up with that?
That's the truck that they did when we had the
Cyber Rodeo.
The Texas Rodeo thing. The guy was out there doing it in live time, so he did the whole in the trailer, airbrush or whatever.
Like, was it parked against the building? Because like this side is blank.
He just did that side, that side on that driver's side.
I don't blame him. All right, until Semi makes a habit of photobombing my plaid. I think he's just chasing it down, really.
I know, right? You know what? Yeah. You know what? He probably saw that. He probably saw it ahead. That he flew on, got in a nice little spot, and got set up and waiting on it as it comes.
That's what I was thinking. Because with the plaid, you can do that. As long as there's no constables waiting on you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I have Tesla insurance. I'm all about my safety score. My current premium is 1/3 of my old policy. Not bad. Yeah, I mean, it's not too hard to maintain it. It's just a pain when somebody comes in and does something that was out of your control to cost you your score for the day. Unlike a few magical beings who have replied, I'm unable to see through the trailer and ascertain if it is carrying a load. My guess is it's loaded, and this is a specific test loop, or he was just taking a joyride. So he's replying to people who were asking if the vehicle had a load or not. Tesla semi passing an old school semi, metaphorically and literally. All right, that's what I do. Like, I see a truck, I'm like, all right, let me get over. He sees the truck, he's like, let me get over. They're going up the mountain, by the way, up the mountain. And let me just pass this truck right quick. Oh. I am obsessed with this truck. Almost as much as the Cybertruck. How much do you think a diesel engine, giant transmission, and giant differential weigh versus batteries and 3 Model 3 motors? Yeah, it's true. 3 Model 3 motors, just like the Plaid. You'll see the Tesla Semi weighs about the same as existing tractors. I think so too. But in addition to that, because of that argument about how much do batteries weigh, blah blah blah, how much is a motor, the electric truck makers, including Tesla, managed to convince the governments of the North America and Europe to give them an extra 2,000 pounds in the North America and an extra Let me look it up. I'm tired of saying extra. I forget what it was. I'm sorry. EV semi weight, or I should say payload. No, wait, it's fine. Europe. So in the EU, semi trucks are allowed to be 2 tons heavier than the diesel equivalent. In the US, the allowance is 0.9 tons. Okay, so we're talking metric tons here, 2,000 pounds. Because for us, that is a ton. That's an American ton, one ton heavier at 2,000 pounds. So that is cool. So you get 4,400 pounds extra on an EV semi in Europe. Not bad. So what is the regular weight on that? Let's drag this up here and see what happens. Really had to hit enter if I drag it up. 2,000 pound on 80,000. And where's it say EU? EU. Does anybody know offhand what the EU limit is? The EU only appears once. All right, let's go to Bing. EU semi. Wait, so 40 tons. So about the same as us, because 40 times 2 is 80, but we're talking probably metric tons again. So they're roughly the same, roughly. But they get a much bigger boost in Europe. They get 4,400 pounds extra, Marcus.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad. All right, so while we're talking about Giga Texas, I know that the semi is built in Giga Nevada for now. The Giga Texas production ramp has increased. They now have 20,000 Model Ys produced since opening. So Mark and Patrick continue to get to have their rivalry of factories. Congrats to the Giga Texas team at their 20,000th Model Y. Why do I know it's a Model Y? Because that's all they build today. That makes it easy. Open a new beverage here real quick. All right, that's next. They haven't said how many. Well, we get these data points. We talked about them expanding the paint shop last week. Let's go back to, let's talk about Hummer some more. Except, we're not talking about the $212,000 starter model that they somehow managed to increase production of, even though everything else they just, stop sale for that for a little while. Sold out. No. They have a fat tire e-bike. Has dual Bafang motors and has 2.4 kilowatts of power. That's quite impressive. So this is a Hummer that more people can afford, because even though it's probably going to be an expensive e-bike, it's not a $212,000 truck. Let's see. We collaborated with Recon Power Bikes, and it's all-wheel drive. So it's front and rear-wheel drive. Got a nice little GMC logo, Hummer EV on the side. It's got fat tires. I think that might be fun. It's got a little luggage rack. The 2.4 kilowatts of power at max throttle, since each motor has a continuous power rating of 750 and a peak power of 1200. Okay, so they'll derate a little bit once you get done accelerating. That's fine, because 2.4 kilowatts for the human body is impressive. You might want to slow down a little bit thanks to speed limits and such. You are still subject to speed limits on a bicycle. In fact, some of them have lower speed limits for bicycles. Its highest speed is capped at 28 miles per hour. 1 kilowatt hour battery pack powers those punchy motors, and the battery is detachable for off-bike recharging, which is nice. Yeah. Ah, a baby has returned. Have a toy. Have a baby. Hello, Moto. Say hi to Marcus.
Hey, look at her.
You can hear now.
Look at her.
Yeah, you can
So
hear now.
cute.
Yeah, you heard it.
Uh huh. She tried. Look at her.
Yeah. All right, so that's the Hummer EV and the Hummer EV bike. Electrify all the things, right? Although I don't necessarily count bicycles in that because they were already human powered. But an e-bike is much more likely to be used for somebody who doesn't exercise at all than a pedal bike that they don't use at all. So get them out there. All right, this one's a little bit fun. The SEMA show was this weekend or last weekend?
Last this past weekend.
It's past weekend. Okay,
Well, just
it just
just a couple
ended.
days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Optima reveals Rivian Overland and builds Overland builds capable of recharging in the wild, which is kind of interesting because the Rivian doesn't use Optima batteries. It uses it might use an Optima starter battery. Do we know if they use a lead battery or a lithium-ion battery for the starter?
Who's that?
The 12 volts. The 12-volt battery on the lithium. Do we know who makes it?
Man, that's a good. Come on, the Teslas.
Well, the Teslas have moved over to lithium-ion, but
Right.
is the Rivian still lead?
Oh, good question.
Well, let me open up a new window and
That's
do
a
a
good
search real
question.
quick.
That's a good question now. Let's see.
Rivian
They
12-volt
said they was
battery.
gonna change it before.
I'm just curious what it shipped with. Do we know if the 12-volt battery, or is it batteries, is lead acid, AGM, or lithium ion? Tried doing research. That was in March of 22. You want to do the same? Here, let's just switch this tab instead. There are two, but that's all I know. Told there's two 6-volt batteries in series. Really? All right. I mean, that works. Let's go back to the search, though. Are you eating my earphones? Yes, you are. Please don't do that. Oh, she clamped down. She won't let it go.
Okay.
I don't want to zap your mouth. Okay, of course that won't happen too badly with a headphone cord, but
She's trying to calm down.
Yeah, she says mom. Mom.
Okay.
But she doesn't mean my wife. She means breast milk.
Oh. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. She said that once and I gave her a bottle and she's like, all right, this works. Volt battery issues. Oh, okay. So if Omu is making a drop-in, then that means that it's probably still a lead battery. Ah, she bit me in the ear again. You're coming over here. Ah. There you go. Oh, it is two. They're using two 6-volt batteries. That is unique. All right. They're using little tiny ones too. Like, all right. Threaded terminals. Oh, you guys can't even see this. If you do want an OMU battery for your vehicle, in the description down below, there is a discount code and a referral link. So if you use them both, you get the maximum discount and the channel gets a little bit of help. You don't pay extra because you just got a discount code. All right, so the Rivian batteries are out of stock. I would click this notify when available if I had a Rivian. This is what I'm running my Model X, and I'm doing that because my Model X started eating the lead batteries like candy. And so far, these ones seem to have done the trick. 4-year replacement warranty. Okay, so it actually has more warranty than I would have got if I did a Tesla battery. Drop-in replacement for OEM battery, no firmware changes needed. They're lithium iron phosphate, so they can not have the same problems with cold and etc. that folks tell you about lithium. And the proprietary 12-volt lithium cells and a BMS. And I've seen their tests, the test criteria for and a video of the test for heat and cold. And I was satisfied with what they do on their storage batteries. And immediately after I put them in, my turn signal lights, they were brighter than they ever have been. Not out of spec, but they were just brighter than they ever have been. And like, just like,
You can tell
boom,
the
I'm here. Yeah.
You can
And
tell
then
the difference. Yeah.
exactly. And the audio, it's better able to handle the bass of my music because the voltage sag is much lower because they don't have to recover the way the lead battery does.
Yeah.
And then here they're telling you about the Magnuson-Moss Warranty Act. So if your dealer or shop or manufacturer tries to give you a whole bunch of garbage about why your warranty is void, they're telling you that no, that's against the law. Inform yourself. Legally, a vehicle manufacturer cannot void the warranty on a vehicle due to an aftermarket part unless they can prove that the aftermarket part caused or contributed to a failure in the vehicle. And that burden of proof is so high. So what they usually do is say, "Hey, you put this battery in, your 12-volt battery warranty is void." Like, well, I don't mind because this 12-volt battery is gone. And OMU has their own warranty, so I'm good. That's ohm and mu together, electrical terms. Yeah. Oh, isn't that cute? Oh, yeah, but please don't push the keyboard. All right, so we found out about Rivian. Let's get the sharing back to the right screen, and so yeah, so they could have Optima batteries in there, maybe even stock, but not the traction batteries. What I would think when you talk about a battery and an EV. There goes that trailer solar panel rig again. Let's read more. I love these things. This one's got all the bikes on it. You'd think it'd be the other way around. Pull the generator trailer with the SUV and pull the toys with the pickup truck. All right, so Optima Batteries has revealed 2 custom Rivian builds at the SEMA show. Both are heavily modified for overlanding and come with trailers capable of recharging the vehicles remotely. Nice. They both have impressive range figures, and Optima recognized that EVs might be considered restrictive to overlanding enthusiasts. And particularly the availability of charging infrastructure when camping remotely is a concern. Hence, Optima developed their own power stations with 110 kilowatt lithium ion energy from their Volta power systems. Really? I didn't realize that Optima had gone lithium. Because remember the T0, the predecessor to the Tesla Roadster, before it went lithium, it went Optima yellow tops from whatever lead batteries they were using before. So Optima has been involved with EVs for a while. I just didn't realize they made a lithium, especially because it had the yellow top. I'm excited now. Baby, don't lock my laptop out. She's over there playing with the iPad and just putting in all the wrong passwords. Oh, you use that mouse good, baby. I did not expect that. I do have to be careful that she doesn't take the mouse off of the iPad into the Mac, because then she'll be scrolling over here and not know what's going on. That is really cool. Aside from the power station trailers, they extensively modified the R1 S&T to ensure incredible versatility. Oh, she did take the mouse. Give it back. Other key additions include all-terrain BF Goodrich tires, Ultima's orange top hypercore lithium quad 30 batteries, of which there are 2 sets in each truck. I'm scrolling and she's got the mouse on the iPad. Optima plans on taking its Rivian builds to several off-road events in 2023, including the Baja 1000 and the King of Hammers. Awesome. You don't have to hit it for it to work, baby. You can just touch it. She continues to smack it. Oh. Let's look at these comments real quick before we go on. I'm gonna go to the Optima site after this because I am curious what their lithium looks like. Both trailers have Merlin deployable solar awnings as power sources. That's one to look at later. Search the web for that. Okay, but I don't want to go there. I just wanted to search. All right, and then I want to see an overlanding Aptera. Yes, that'll be awesome, especially since they have the off-road kit. Yeah. Towing a trailer with a big battery would have little net benefit since towing the trailer would consume more energy and it weighs the same. Yep. All right, don't throw the computer off the chair, baby. Let's close this so it's more dynamically stable to your slaps. There we go. And if it falls closed, not open. Feel like this is boring. Looking for some origami experts. All right. 90-degree folds will always have the maximum surface area to the least amount of hinging, since the vehicles by government regulation take up square footprint. Okay. Your standard 30-foot RV or trailer can support 14.2 kilowatt of PV on just 2 folds. That's really cool. 14 kilowatts. That's more than my house.
Yeah, 14.
That's probably right up there where yours is because you've got like a more roof than me. What are you, 12 or 14?
I'm 14.
So it's the same amount on your house on a trailer. Nice.
That's 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 nice.
Yeah. All right. So now we're going to go to this link that they mentioned for Optima. No, that's recently discontinued the Camp Kitchen. So we're going to go to Optima batteries. And I want their website. So we'll go here. Oh, you like my Apple Pencil? Oh, don't eat it. It's full of batteries and it's plastic, and I don't. You might choke on it. Give me this. I closed the iPad and she found this.
Ah, the pencil.
Yeah. Would you like your bee? You want your bee? Yeah, he's got a teething ring. Fight that. Smart search autofill. No, and I'm looking for is specific. I want to see your lithium. Oh, give me that. Orange top. So they still got the top colors. High performance AGM is yellow. Orange top is the hypercore lithium. So let's. I don't want to buy it. I want to look at it. Tell me more. What is this? A probe? BMS? BMS output? Vibration resistant. Lighter weight. Line up for product alerts. Okay. They've got 6 available so far. So there's the Rivian size right there. That little thin dude. Coming soon.
3 pounds.
Not bad. 3 or 7 amp hours. Starting power of 420 or 190. Or 190 to 420. That's in the middle. 420. Ah! Little Elon influence there. It's 420, baby. The width is about the same for most of them. Oh, I said baby. Yeah, I was baby as an expression, not baby as in you, baby. She's like, what? What? How can I help you? 12.8 volts. Okay, so they have them, but they're not available yet. And then this one is this bigger one isn't even in the list.
I wonder how long this gonna be
Probably this year.
before they be available.
Yeah, probably this year. We could sign up for. Uh, I'll keep this for later. We'll see what we do with it. Don't eat that cord. She'll smile at me. I said, "Don't eat the cord." She says, "Ah." Yeah, you like your beat? Play with your beat. All right, so SpaceX's Falcon Heavy rocket is back in action after a 3-year hiatus, and once again they threw away the center core, but this time it was on purpose. When they did the launch, the center core didn't even have landing legs, and the side boosters did. They returned to the launch site, so they landed on landing zone 1 and 2 shortly after each other, and it was for a government mission that was sensitive in nature, so they didn't show much of anything after the separation, and that's their prerogative, as it was to buy a whole booster to throw away. They did that because the reason they threw one away is because they went for a direct geostationary injection. They didn't go for the low transfer and take a couple weeks or a couple months to get up to geostationary. They went straight geo, which saves the rocket. The rocket saves the satellite fuel from having to get there on its own in time, so they can go straight in, use that fuel for station keeping, and be in business shortly after arriving and doing their system checks. Good evening, Anders. When do you guys play with your clocks? Or you guys finished that uncivilized behavior that we still participate in? Let's see. So here, the Space Force is saying that the Falcon Heavy launch was a success. Simply outstanding, says the official responsible for assured access to space. So they were happy with their order and the results. So what we're going to do next is we're going to go to. Man, that's impressive to see that thing running around. We saw my wife and I. We saw the first Falcon Heavy live. We were in the Rocket Garden, and yeah, and we watched Elon's car get shot into space.
You saw it?
Yeah, and we also saw the first Crew Dragon launch as well. Yeah, that one we saw from the Saturn V Museum, and that one, if the price isn't prohibitive for the next launches, that's where we're going to be going. Hopefully, by the time Starship is ready to launch, we'll be able to go see that as well, because I think Baby will enjoy. She does watch some of the rocket launches when I got them up. She watches them. I think because of that, she might be impressed with seeing them in person. And man, Starship would be quite a treat. She might be a little astronaut after that. So what we're going to do here is go to youtube.com/SpaceX. We're going to go to previous missions. Route recap, Life at Starbase. That's a new one, 2 days ago. Gateway to Mars, Crew 1. I haven't seen some of these videos. Over a year ago. Oh, have they separated them? Ah. Let go. He kissed her. She said, eh. Oh, yeah? All right, so where is that mission? How can I know overview? Like, these are. YouTube recently changed their display. I wonder if I gotta go to live and then look at. Yep. Live, shorts, and playlist and all that are separated now. All right, so Hotbird, is that the one? No, Hotbird was another one I watched. USF 44 is the one 5 days ago. So we're gonna go. Yeah, because they launched out in the clouds. Oh, there's the highlight. So on the top is one of the boosters, on the bottom is the other.
On those cameras are now clearing.
NYFTS have safed. All vehicles continue to follow nominal trajectories.
So that re-entry burn has concluded.
My favorite part.
We're expecting the landing burn to begin in about 30 seconds.
In person, where the double sonic.
The entry burn intended to slow the vehicles down significantly as they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere.
Look at that. It's like a building.
Amazing tracking
13-story building falling from the sky.
Views of the boosters as they return to landing zone 1 and 2. We can see the grid fins there.
Both side boosters transonic. Stage 2 FTS is saved. Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
We can see those grid fins steering the boosters for a precise landing. Again, we're attempting
Booster
landing. Landing zone 1 and 2.
Now it's a building on fire falling from the sky. Sonic booms?
There we just heard sonic booms.
But we thought that the first one was going to be a scrub when we we were packing up our things because they were at the end of the launch window.
Yeah.
We're like, we got to come back the next day. And then they started the countdown. We popped the lawn chairs back out on the grass, and man, ours were a lot closer to synchronous landings than these two were, but these were still pretty close behind each other. You could hear the sonic booms there. It sounds like pop, pop, but when you watch them in person, it's like pop, 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 pop. And it's like somebody's beating the atmosphere, like this big old drum, and somebody's just beating on it. And like I said, you've got these two 13-story buildings just falling from the sky, and then they catch fire and they start slowing down. It's really cool. I was on US1 when that first one launched. Tried to be at the big bridge, but cell reception was an issue. Absolutely. That was an adventure. I can't wait to do it again.
There you go.
Oh, can't wait to do it again. That was so much fun. But to do it with Starship, I think if that could be her first, that would be a treat. So let's go back to Tesla for a minute and let's talk about. A while ago, Elon talked about how they were going to improve the suspension on the Model Y long range, and well, they did the long range and the performance at the ones built at Fremont and Giga Texas. Now they're more comfortable, but still as performed. He said, sorry, standard, I should say, long range and standard. Standard non-performance 3 and Y suspension production has now has improved comfort without affecting handling. He said that on October 17th. Don't spit at them. That's rude, baby. But now the performance ones have it too. So there you go. Yeah. You're wiggly jello. You're wiggly jello. All right, so let's go over to Jeep. Somebody we don't usually talk about when it comes to EVs. They need help with their Wagoneer S electric vehicle's official name because I would say that they need help because E-Muscle and then like the smattering of nostalgic brand names they did with that Wake the Neighbors loudness. They need help naming their stuff. So I'm glad they asked for help. Let's see what we need to do to help them pick a reasonable name. Wagoneer is also, that's another nostalgic brand name, but it's one that works for what it is. Is this concept art or is this like production intent? I like it.
That's nice.
Yeah. Let's see. Continuing electrification plans in September. Sharing details on 3 battery electric models, 1 plug-in hybrid. The Wagoneer S is the code name. The S stands for speed, striking, and sexy. So why isn't it the SSSS? See, Jeep and Dodge, they need help with names. Come on, guys. The Mustang's new Night Pony Black Accent package. That's kind of cool. Won't be as free for all. Yes. Oh, you like that, huh? As a reminder of the baby being named Wagoneer S as a 2-row SUV targeting the likes of the Range Rover Sport. Interesting. Oh, you gonna take a seat? That's fine too. Yeah, so I like that they're reaching out for help. All right, so now we've got a series of stories about the Mustang Mach-E, among other things. So U.S. News has a report about the 14 most unreliable cars. A car's reliability isn't nearly as obvious as its exterior styling, interior accommodations, or performance, so it may get overlooked. However, ignoring a car's reliability rating can cost you time and money. All right, so here, these are their most unreliable cars. Number 1 is the Mustang Mach-E. Let's see why. Why are you spitting? That's nasty. Do you want this? You want to eat this guy instead? There you go. My arm is getting a shower over here. Car's predicted reliability, blah, blah, blah. Should be near the top of your list. We'll update our score rankings as new data comes in. All right, next. Suburban, 8.2 out of 10. Volvo XC90. Land Rover Defender. So far, I'm not surprised by any of these answers. The Atlas. The Audi A6. Audi Q8. Mercedes-Benz. Q7. Pacific Hybrid. That one is probably just historical. It didn't do so well when it came out. I would hope they figured it out by now. It got a 63 out of 100 or 8.4 out of 10. Audi Q5. The regular Crescent Pacifica, which is also a hybrid, but not a plug-in hybrid. The Audi e-tron. The Audi e-tron didn't do so well. I mean, that's probably just because it's an Audi, I would think. But there's our first EV on the list. Then the Toyota Supra, which makes sense. It's a car that's going to be driven by people who will beat it to death. And, well, that'll go to show. And then their worst one of all, the 60 out of 100, or an 8.4 out of 10, the Mustang Mach-E. Despite the Mustang Mach-E Mustang badge, the Mach-E is a 4-door SUV with a luxury-grade interior. Standard rear-wheel drive, 266 horsepower, several options available, up to 480 horsepower. Range-topping Mustang Mach-E GT performance can rocket to 60 in just 3.5 seconds. What's going on, Zachary? Good to see you. To top it off, the electric pony is well priced, earns its strong crash test ratings, and comes loaded with appealing features, including an easy-to-use 15.5-inch touchscreen, wireless smartphone connectivity, wireless device charging, and many other active safety technologies. Oh no, it's 15 and 17, so there's actually two worse than the Mach-E. Let's see what we get. A sales page. And yeah, so yeah, the Mustang Mach-E was their worst.
It was.
Yeah. Because look, the Suburban, what we started with, has 70 out of 100 for reliability, and the Mach-E has 60 out of 100. Let's see if this thing does comments with US News. Probably not. So I'm not here to bash on Ford. Like, remember, we were just talking about how good they were doing, especially compared to GM. So let's switch articles now and talk about. Oh, look at that! Thank you, Zachary. Appreciate it. Thank you for your great work. Always glad to do it. All right, so the 2022 Mach-E is already one of the most reliable cars in Ford's lineup. So is it unreliable or reliable? Or
right, make up your mind.
You remember all the acronyms people make for the name Ford. Is this just saying that this is the best one they make out of all the stuff that people say about how Fords are unreliable? Both things can be true, but seeing the article, this is the most unreliable car. This is Ford's best reliable car, and so that's why I put them together that way. I was like, what? Let's look at this. So Ford hasn't had much luck in terms of reliability. Yep, but its first electric vehicle out of the gate seems to be faring surprisingly well. Consumer Reports ranked the Mach-E as its second most reliable Ford model after the Bronco Sport. And that might just be because the Bronco Sport is all new and very simple in build. I mean, because it was meant to harken back to a 70s vehicle, so you don't have to put as much tech, and you can use older engines and stuff like that. So it's easier to make something like that reliable. The publication gave the Mach-E a predicted reliability rating of 71 out of 100. So still low on that one. Trailing the Bronco Sport score of 88. Fighting a poor reputation. Yeah, like I said, Ford's got all those anachronisms for their name. Fix and repair daily, found on road dead, blah, blah, blah. You've probably heard them all by now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you want a Ford and you want to be reliable, get the Mach-E. Also, if you want the most unreliable car on US News' list, get the Mach-E. Oh. I don't know. A friend of ours has a couple of them, and he's quite happy with them. So I know those are just 2 data points for one person, but I would be. And my cousin has a Mach-E, and he likes it. So that's 3 from 2 people. It's not my style, but I could go for that. All right, Sirius XM is coming to the entire Lucid Air lineup. The question now that I had upon reading that when I selected it was, is that antenna built into all the cars, or are they doing it over the air, like over data plan? Because it's always kind of cool when there's stuff in the car, they just turn it on for no extra charge. Let's see here. Beta version will soon be available to Lucid owners at no cost, and the full version will come sometime in 2023. Upon the launch of the service, you will receive a 3-month trial subscription. After the trial ends, you'll have to subscribe to the service. That sounds exactly like the antenna is already in the car.
Right.
When Marcus and I got our Teslas, Sirius XM antennas were in the car, but you didn't even get the 7-day trial. There was like Tesla wasn't playing that game. Eventually, Tesla did come in and they did the trial, but by that time, I was used to internet radio in the car. I was tired of the commercials, and I was tired of the DJs picking for me. I like to be able to just kind of just skip through. My play style, I'd call it shuffle all, skip-tastic. And it doesn't suit me, I'm skipping it. Skip. Oh, this is good. Listen to that. Skip. But shuffle, because I don't want to hear the same album all in a row unless it's like brand new or like one that like I'm in a mood. Yeah, so this is kind of, I don't know why it took them so long. Maybe they didn't have the tuner app ready, and now they do. I mean, I would much rather than focus on getting the car out than making sure the XM radio
Right.
I'm never going to use works. All right, so speaking of stuff working, Andrew Carthy, Andre Carthy used to be the head of Tesla AI. He says he might return to Tesla for Act 2 in an interview. With Lex Friedman. I have to block off 3 hours and listen to that. Andre Carthy has revealed in a new interview that he may return to Tesla to work on more than just the self-driving hardware, but also the latest product, Optimus. Elon said, "Hey, I know you want to do some AI. Here's a carrot. You want to come back? You want to come back?" You know what though? That might have been because during the Optimus presentation at AI Day 2022, Elon was bragging about how somebody had to drink some more beers, and it was later revealed that this was he apparently had a bet for how many beers he would have to make Andre drink. So I wonder if that little friendly rivalry was also his way of just saying, "Come back, Andre, come back." All right. Over time, it was 5 years. About halfway through the interview, he was asked to explain why he left Tesla, with him explaining that his role at the company had evolved and he was no longer doing what he loved. That's a very good reason to leave a company. Over time, during those 5 years, I'd gotten myself into a managerial position. Yeah, if you're a worker and you get shoved into management, that's not always comfortable, especially if you don't want to manage people. Most of my days were meetings and growing the organization and making strategic decisions about the team and what it should be working on. And it was kind of like a corporate executive role. I can do it. I think I'm okay at it, but it's not fundamentally what I enjoy. I understand you, man. I got shoved into a management role once and then left. I didn't want to be a manager. Like, let me do the work. I don't want to have to deal with these people calling in sick and all these meetings.
Right.
Actually, I've been a manager a couple times. I was the internet sales manager for a couple car dealerships, and but the one I was talking about was what I do now. I got flipped from engineer to manager of engineers, and I went back to be an engineer very shortly. It's like, yeah, this is not for me. I mean, I probably would have been good at it, but the way it went down, and the team I had to work with, my team was great, but I was not suited to want to manage that team. I started as their peer, and I'm like, oh, I'm the manager. No, I don't. I'd rather come in as the manager, you know. Let's see. His former boss was quick to respond on Twitter saying Andre will always be welcome at Tesla. I'd be really interested in coming back at some point, working on Optimus, and working on artificial general intelligence at Tesla. I think Tesla's going to do incredible things. And Musk said, yes, come back. Andre, come back. All right. Introduction, neural networks, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this so I can watch it later. And I was just joking when I said 3 hours. 3 hours and 30 minutes. So I'm going to probably watch a couple minutes of it with them face to face, and then what I'll do is I'll go audio and go about my chores and stuff. Because this is pretty much the only time I have 3 hours to just sit down. So I got to pick, and I pick you guys. All right, so this one we already talked about, but I wonder if it's got another video. 1, 2. Okay, that was the passing the trucks, and this was him passing them, and that was the launch. All right, let's see if there are any comments useful. If this is rocketing, then welcome to the clown world. Have you not seen other trucks take off, dude? Or 0 to 60 times the thing with semis. Does that even matter? Oh, what glorious accident videos will be treated on YouTube with. Look how fast it crashed. This is physics, blah, blah, blah. Yes, but I mean, this is a reason why they've limited it to what they have to make sure that they are not destroying cargo. And again, as a professional driver, it's your job to know what your cargo is capable of and to make sure it's secured properly.
Correct.
This guy says it will help with congestion. Yeah, that's the thing. The real solution would be to get a lot of these trucks off the road. The country needs to develop a comprehensive rail system. Yeah, if we nationalize rail, then we'll actually be able to get the schedules in play and get the thing maintained correctly, and maybe actually electrify more of our rail. But I'm not here to talk about nationalized rail. I just want to say that that having a more efficient rail network would solve a lot of pollution, even if we leave the trains as diesel. But I would prefer electric trains to diesel trains because the diesel trains are already electric. They just need another way to get that power into the system, other than the diesel motor. What happened, baby? What happened? How can I help you? Yes. Mom? Mom? She doesn't like to repeat herself, so if I figured out what she wants, she'll just stay silent. Did the bee make you mad? Like, did you imagine he said some stuff? She looked back at the bee and was like scowling at him. Mom, can I get a snack, please? Thank you. So let me check and see if I can even take a snack because that beep we heard earlier was me being too high on the sugar. Do it again. It read, but it didn't show it to me. Oh yeah, I'm about to crash.
Oh no.
Thankfully, we've got assistance. All right, so there was one on here that I thought was kind of clever. Is it still there? This is only a video. We remember what happened to Trevor and Nicholas and I. Yeah, that one was downhill. That's what I was talking about. All right, let's move on because we already talked about the semi truck in as far as acceleration, etc. So I talked about Starship a couple times. Thank you. Reese's cups. SpaceX is now targeting SpaceX is now targeting Starship orbital launch for early December. That'll be fun. But they were targeting November. And it's going to take a little bit for me to just kind of gallivant on over to Texas. If it's at the Cape, I'd be there in a heartbeat. Hey, Auntie, I'm coming through town. Right? Actually, if you get a call from me, hey, Marcus, I'm coming through. You know there's a Starship launch coming. SpaceX is now expecting to conduct their first Starship orbital flight in December, according to Mark Karasik, senior national official. Path to orbital flight test, Booster 7, Starship 24, stacked vehicle, remaining path to flight dates, Booster 7 and 24 restacking, we saw that. Additional single species prop system testing. What does that mean? That they use the same propellant in both vehicles? Additional destacked static test fires, including Booster 7 and 33 engine test. I think they did that too. Wet dress rehearsals and the FAA licensing process in work. There we go. During the orbital test flight, the Starship will be launched atop a super heavy booster, complete with 33 Raptor 2 engines from Boca Chica. We just saw tests last night on Twitter this weekend on Twitter from Musk and SpaceX. It was we saw actually two of them. We saw a Raptor vacuum test, and then we also saw the 200th Raptor regular Raptor 2 engine produced, and they put a little Monopoly, go tile on it, like, hey, pass go, collect $200, and it was quite cute. I wonder if I kept that one on the list. I probably did. It's gonna be a pivotal moment. Yeah, I'd love to be there for that one. If not, I'll try to be there for the first manned one. That will be even cooler. All right, so that's Starship. Look for December now. All right, so we spoke about BYD a bunch. They're spending $700 million to buy their own cargo ships because, as we saw, they're producing a lot of cars, gangbusters. And let's see what the report says here. Facing rising shipping costs, BYD is reportedly taking matters in their own hands, and they'll be spending $700 million to purchase as many as 8 cargo ships to move their vehicles around the world. I wonder if they'll move the buses too, or do they build them locally? haven't officially announced the deal, but local publication Kaizen, uh, reports that the order agreement will see 6 cargo ships being built out of a shipyard in Yanta, Shandong, with an option to increase that number to 8. Well, there you go. If you're making more electric cars than Tesla in China, then you probably have just as much need as they do for cargo ships. And if you can control the ships, you can control the rate a little bit, and any excess capacity you happen to find yourself with, you can sell it to another automaker and bring their cars around for them. It's pretty cool. They're not the first. SAIC Group ordered 3 ships with a capacity of 7,800 vehicles. Those were purchased through their joint venture, another SAIC company, for 5 billion won, or $300 million. It's smart. I mean, when somebody's getting in your way, you can go vertical. Why not? All right. VinFast. This is the Vietnamese car brand. They've expanded their partnership with Cattle to include skateboard chassis products. Now, since they were not selling you the battery when they sold you the car, having a way to more readily deal with your batteries, like a skateboard platform, makes sense. They've signed a memorandum of understanding, or MOU, expanding their current battery supply agreement to include collaboration on skateboard chassis products. I mean, everybody's moved to skateboard now. You had Tesla started with the Model S. GM is doing it with the Ultium. Ford, BMW. Who's not doing a skateboard chassis these days? Wow. Didn't realize they'd increased the North American prices to over $103,000 in Canada.
Almost 3. Wow.
And you got to rent your battery. It's a bit high.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Not for me. The cars look good, though. Parkland launches EV charging networks at Chevron gas stations and offers free charging for a limited time. This is in Canada. Free charging for a limited time. Max 150 kilowatts. You want to go faster, you got to pay, because we got demand charges, Bo. So if you're in Canada and this is your region, take advantage of it. Why not? All right. That's all I got for that. All right. So if you were in line, or are in line, I should say, for a Rivian R1T Max Pack quad motor, you're now waiting until 2024. They'd already pushed you back to summer of 2023. So you might feel the whenever somebody's making fun of Elon for missing a date, like on the Cybertruck and the semi truck and the Roadster, and any other time I blame him for not being able to read a timepiece. You know further what that's like, because now you're gonna be waiting till 2024, or you could drop down to a medium pack. Let's see. The Max Pack was the one that offered 400 miles range on a full charge. And it totally makes sense. The reason they didn't want to do this one is it's heavier, it uses more batteries in a time where folks are having trouble getting enough batteries. And so clearly they're not making enough to make it worth the cost of losing those cells. Like they can make more cars with a small and medium pack than if they make your big pack. And they don't make enough profit off of you getting the big pack for them to want to hurry up and get it to you. Same thing they did with the Model 3 long range. It's gone for a while because they can put the exact same pack in a Model Y and make the extra money, or they can use those cells and make shorter range packs, assuming they don't even use the iron ones instead. Rivian apologized for the delays, explaining they were working hard to ramp and deliver as many vehicles as possible. See, again, with the more cars with the same batteries argument. They're trying to deliver as many vehicles as possible. Yep. This delay goes to the R1T Quad Motor Max Pack. Deliveries of this configuration had only been pushed to summer of 2023 previously. Oh, wait, no, I read that wrong. This is better for the R1T dual max pack. So if you want dual motors in the max pack, you're now at summer of 23. Then it says fossil fuel companies selling EVs is EV things is a hoot. I got a Shell 40 amp charger. A few weeks later, it'll only do 24 amps and won't automatically connect to top off a parked car. Ooh, that's not good. Their whole thing is we're an energy company, so them making an EV charger and fast charger says okay, they're making good on that energy company thing. So the question is, when you called them or emailed them or whatever about it, did they say, "Oh, we're so sorry, we'll fix it," or did they say, "Oh, yeah, it's normal"? Because if they did that, then that's disappointing, and I would say avoid them like the plague. If they are going to do right by you, then I would say be cautious getting another one. Not you, because you got the one replaced for free, but anybody else who's considering it, I would say they didn't do so well for Bennett the last time. So let's just remember they might not do so well for you, and then we'd wait and see how many reports come through of them failing like this, or degrading, I should say, not necessarily failing, degrading, and then eventually, if they stop, that would be a failure. But 40 amps and 24 amps could make a difference to your scheduling for sure. I mean, I charge right now at 24 amps just because of the situation with where we're plugged in right now. But I have a 72 amp charger installed at the house, and that is a huge difference. 72 amps I can get from it's actually an 80 amp charger on a 100 amp circuit, but my Model S can only take 72. I can roll into the house on red bars, so on 0 miles to 10 miles or percent, and go to sleep, wake up 4 hours later, and the car is ready for the next day. I cannot do that on this 24 amp circuit. I plug in at night and it's ready to go sometime in the morning or close to it sometime in the morning, which isn't terrible. And he says that Rivian's got more excuses than a little bit. I keep giving them a pass because they've got the cars on the road and they're a small company and they're trying to make it work. But you're right, that'll only last so long. All right, so oh yeah, that's a good point. Let's see, were there any comments on that thing? And it's busted again. NIO has shut down 2 factories as COVID prevention measures increase in China. Report. This also goes. Foxconn did the same, and they had employees jump in the fence and other methods of escape because they didn't like it how it went down last time. They said that at the iPhone factory they weren't given enough food and a number of other complaints that I didn't quite gather all of them because it was one of those like, you're watching something else and they kind of interject, "Oh yeah, this has happened in China," but that's what I know. They were jumping fences trying to avoid getting locked in because they didn't like it last time. So NIO has the same situation here. They shut down 2 production facilities as part of the China's zero COVID policy. 36KR says NIO stopped production at 2 facilities in Hefei, Anyu, resulting in delays to deliveries as well. Yep. They did the same thing to Tesla Shanghai and a bunch of other. This is why the supply chain has been as stutter-stop as it has been, because I'm not saying that they're wrong to try and protect their people. I'm just saying that the effect is that products are slower. I'm not saying that it's effective or ineffective. That's not where I am right now, and not because I'm trying to cover the feelings for China. It's because I haven't done the research to know whether this is working or not. I just know that the people are upset and products are slow. Those are facts, and I can stick to facts. But to say whether they're successful at slowing the spread or saving lives, I don't know. But that is their goal, stated goal, and so that's what they're doing. And as somebody who values human life, I value attempts to try and save it. But again, I'm not informed enough to comment on it. It's not because I'm being deferential to China, because I could care less. All right, so their problems were compounded when their F2 factory was also recently shut down. So they got three plants down. That's oof. That's gonna make a dent. Update is 10:10. Neo confirmed the report is accurate, and both factories have been shut down and impacting their deliveries. I mean, this is what every company's been saying for the last 2 years. Hey, supply chain, supply chain, supply chain. We don't know what that's going to do to our deliveries. We don't know. The ones that upset me are the ones that say all this stuff, and then their prices go down, and the prices, or their prices, their costs go down, and the prices either go up or stay up. That's frustrating. All right, so moving on before I get into politics.
You hear what rumors about the diesel was probably happen.
I heard about that. I didn't look into to see further what was really going on, except that to say that I don't believe we'd actually run out of diesel. It might get prohibitively expensive, but we're capitalism. They're not going to go to zero.
Right.
But if if a loaf of bread goes to $12 because the diesel fuel was outrageous, I would be upset. Just saying.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'll look into that later, and maybe if I remember and find anything, I'll report back. But that was this week, right? Or next month?
What's that? The gas situation?
Yeah.
Right before Thanksgiving, yeah.
All right.
Days before Thanksgiving.
But that also creates an opportunity for other folks to bring some more in, so that's why I don't think it'll go to zero. But like I said, I do see that being able to have massive impact.
Right.
All right, so Tesla rolls out beta 10.69.3. I got an update yesterday. 10.69.2.4. Psych! I was like, oh, right. Oh, no, it's not the right one. This one is smoother and better, as they always are, but I don't know if this one that Elon is saying is so great. It should have been called something else, but I like the number 69. I don't know how accurate that is for my area because I didn't get it. Hopefully this week we'll find out. I wasn't the only one. Like when I was checking the charts, like myself and like hundreds of other people were getting 10.69.2.4, and some people were complaining about 69.3. Some people were doing the usual, oh, it's the greatest. I never had to touch it. Blah, blah, blah. California is the best. But we'll see. We'll see. I like to tell you firsthand. And I'm not saying they're lying. Again, it's probably just that it works better where they are than it works for me. And one thing I found on this version I'm on and the last one is sometimes I have to correct it during turns. It's just a little sloppy with the turns. If there's nobody around me, sometimes it'll cross over the dash lane or the double yellow line, and as it's making turns, and it seems to be worse on a sweeping left-hand turn. Remembering that in this country we drive on the right. Right-hand turns aren't so bad, but even then, sometimes it will get a little sloppy as it's changing lanes or as it's turning right, even. But nothing that's felt bad. Like a couple times I've taken over because it's too close for comfort. Like as I come up on a bridge or something, and there's like a nice concrete wall there. It's like, yeah, let me just take over here just in case. Or there's another car in the next lane, and I don't want them to feel weird. I'll take over because, again, it's a little close for me, and so I'll take over there. But it hasn't done any major things like try and take me to the wrong lane or try to run a red light. I'm sure it still can because it's still stopping for two stoplights that don't exist at the end of my street. Like there's never been a stop sign. There's no trees. There's nothing above the road that it could confuse on. There is no reason for it to stop here. There was a map update a little while ago now, and it started stopping in the middle of the road. Like, oh, no, we're just going to sit here. And when I say a little while ago, this was when stop sign and stoplight control beta came out, basically. So a long time. And apparently, according to Green the Only, they've disconnected in a lot of the cars the camera report this button. So like the button's there, but pushing it doesn't do anything in a lot of the cars. So I'm still hitting it because habit, and maybe mine's one of the ones that's not unplugged.
Right. Right.
But hopefully the fact that you have to then make a correction is still being logged. Speaking of which, let's log back into my router system again. Where I was telling you guys how much data the car used, or the house used. The car is now up to, it's 31 days, is now up to 6 gigabytes uploaded, 4.1 gigabytes downloaded. So my last little drive, I work from home now, so I haven't been driving much, and that last little drive only added 800 megs to its upload. And that 4.1 gigabyte of download is mostly the update to the software. And then there's a little bit of something else in there because there was some download before the update and some download after the update. So I'm wondering what it's downloading because it's not me listening to music because that would have been a much smaller number than a couple hundred megabytes. Unless it's maybe confirming back from Tesla or it's getting new like test data. It's like, hey, look for these things now. Whenever you see a dead carcass on the road, let me know. Do you go around it? Hey, this is what potholes look like. What do they look like where you are? Bennett says it definitely seems too close to the middle line on the left and right hand 90-degree turns. Absolutely. Especially from a stoplight where it's multi-lane left turn and like stay in your lane, Bo. Overall, the drive's good in Jacksonville, Florida, but turns make me wonder if we'll scrape the on. Yes. I found myself correcting turns more than in the past on these last two versions, the 2.4 and 2.3. Yeah, but I'm wondering if those couple hundred megs that downloaded are instructions. I don't think they're new maps, but there have been new maps released. I'll have to check my map version next time I'm out. All right, 7% load on the router. It's not much. All right, so let's look at these release notes for 10.69.3. Revamped Energy app. So for those of you that have a Plaid or any of the other new landscape screen cars, you get a new Energy app to replace the ones they removed or never gave you. So Smoke came without an Energy app, and now it's got one when it gets this update, or the one that is similar. Alternate routes. Can't wait to see this. I hope that mine is not skipped for being legacy, because alternate routes would be nice. Traffic along route. That one, I don't know what's different about that, but it was cool when I looked at it. I mean, not spectacular, but cool. The blind spot camera placement. So this one's been in the main build for quite a while. That if your car does the blind spot thing, like mine doesn't, but yet it's still got the camera view. For you guys, you turn your signal on, it pops up in a little bigger square, and it wasn't one spot on these older firmwares and the FSD. And so now you can move it around to make it so it's not in your way of stuff you're looking at while you got the signal turned on. Supercharger additional details. That's pretty nice. You click on the detail on the supercharger pin, and it'll tell you more about the supercharger, including prices and what's nearby. You can view your tire pressure in the mobile app. I don't know. My car's had that for quite a while, so I don't know if that was just something easy to do in Legacy or this one was fun because it was your car version, your app version, your phone. Like there had to be a perfect storm for this to happen. Like, but it worked for me, and if you didn't already have it, you'll like it. Cloud profiles. I'm looking forward to that. You can get into another Tesla, and eventually, and your profile will follow you. The remote door unlatch. We showed this a couple weeks ago on the regular firmware, where on Model 3 and Model Y, since they don't have door handles and they don't have icebreakers like the Model X, if the doors froze shut, it was kind of hard to get them open. Like especially if it was the handle froze shut, you could punch at it and pop, pop, pop like that, and hope it came loose. But now you can just open your app and hit door unlatch, and the door will just not fall off, but it'll unlatch, and like that forces it to open so you can get your fingers in there and pull on it. But unlike the Mach-E, it doesn't have the little stoppers so that you don't smush your fingers. So if you're getting it to pop open and it's downhill from you, be careful because doors are heavy and fingers don't like being smushed by doors. Just saying. Cabin overheat protection. That's not a new feature, but what is new is you can now set your points for cabin overheat protection. So if you wanted to leave it at the 104 that is designed for protecting children and pets, or if you're using it just to kind of keep your thumb drives and your interior from overheating and getting a cracked dash sort of thing, then you can set it to 112 or something like that. You know, that way it's still cooler than outside, but if you're never going to have a child in your car, versus turning it off. Turning it off, I don't recommend that, even if you don't carry children, just because what happens is it's not that you plan to leave your kid in the car or your pet in the car and forget them. It's something exceptional happens. You're on your way, and then somebody just rocks you from your routine. Say you don't normally take the kid, and now you are, and then your boss calls you and just totally distracts you. And if the kid's asleep and quiet, and you don't normally take them, it is so easy to accidentally just get in the wrong mindset. And people look at the people who have these tragedies, and they're like, "Oh, well, I would never." They didn't do it on purpose, and they're not like scatterbrained. We are creatures of habit, and things have just been so far out of the norm, and this is just a perfect storm. They're not doing it on purpose. I mean, there have been a handful of people who did this on purpose, and they didn't actually forget the kid, but that is not what we're talking about here.
Right.
We're talking about the legitimate. It happens more than we care to admit, because we're all creatures of habit, and we like to think, "Oh, it can never happen to me." And because of that, you can rationalize and say, "Oh, they're just bad parents," or "Oh, who lets their mom take their kid to the car," or whatever. No,
Right.
yeah. One of them, I think we talked about it here on the show last week, or was it at Tesla Life, where I think it was a Tesla Life. It's Patrick's friend or coworker had it happen, and if it's the one I think it is, somebody said, "Hey, is that your car? Why is it there?" And oh, there's a kid in it, and I don't know if there was one that was a tragedy and one where it didn't turn out to be a tragedy, and it's just stuff like that where it's just completely out of the norm. And the reason we even have the feature is just like the PETA lady always gets up and says, "Hey, how much more animals can we take out of the car?" Somebody came up and said, "Hey, Elon, this happened to a friend of a friend. What can we do to make sure this doesn't happen in Teslas?" And Elon said, "This will never happen again in my car." And within a couple of days, we had the cabin overheat protection feature. That's the Elon I like, the empathetic. Somebody said, "Good Elon." That's the one I like. But that's what this is. And again, if you're never going to have people or pets in your car, then at least do it for your dashboard. And it's not comfortable 104. It's just not instant death anymore. And I'm sorry to be a downer. Then we've got the release notes, and they're long and they're technical. Somebody pointed out that the 80% refactorization right there reduced runtime of candidate trajectory generation by approximately 80% and improved smoothness by distilling an expansive trajectory optimization procedure into a lightweight planal neural network. That little throwaway blip, they took a hand-built, optimized network and replaced it with just pure machine learning, pure AI. And so for some people that's turning out all right, and for other people they're saying that this made things completely different for them. I'd like to see for myself. And by completely different, I mean not always for the best. Another one that I liked that I saw in here was upgraded the occupancy network to align with the road surface instead of ego for improved detection, stability, and improved recall at Hillcrest. So now the car doesn't think of itself as where the car can see. It thinks of it as like where the ground underneath the car is. So that's more useful than assuming that I'm going to go flying over the crest of the hill, Dukes of Hazzard style. Or even if I do go flying over the hill, Dukes of Hazzard style, protect that space underneath where the car is flying as drivable space, as far as like to make sure that doesn't interact with traffic, not this.
Right.
Yeah. But I'll let you know as soon as I get it and what I think of it, just like I always do. Tesla is sending employees from Giga Shanghai to Fremont to help increase production, which is pretty good because as we saw, Giga Shanghai is pushing in on 700,000 units a year and going to go into the millions of units per year real soon. So why not collaborate and share with your other teammates down in California?
Correct.
Yeah.
All
so
right.
According to Bloomberg, they sent 200 engineers and production staff to Fremont. Many of those are automation and control engineers. Okay, that's cool. Because remember, in Fremont, you've got the situation where on Model S and X line, the body of the car reaches this place where it can't go under. So a robot picks it up, hands it over the bridge to another robot who grabs it from the first robot, takes it, puts it down, and then puts it back on the line. Stuff like that. Like whereas Giga Shanghai, Giga Texas, and Giga Berlin don't have those sort of compromises built in because they were purpose built to Tesla spec. So there's plenty of room to improve in Fremont, hopefully without shutting it down and rebuilding it from scratch. Team at China's been on a roll since they upgraded their factories to over 750,000 cars annually to well over 1 million. Not bad. And this increased capacity translated into almost immediate results, with Tesla producing a record number of cars in the months following the upgrades. There we go. So we wish them luck. So this guy, George Hotz, you might have heard me talk about him. He was doing comma AI, and that was kind of like you take your phone, clip it into a particular harness in your car, and if you had a supported car like some of the Hondas and others, it would then be like Autopilot 1 in your car. Not for free, but it was open source and cheap. So, because they were using the built-in sensors and the built-in controls that were already there for ABS and lane keep and all that, and they were just upgrading the processing to something more modern than what your car shipped with. So he is stepping down. Where's he going now? He's only 32 years old? Man, I thought he was older. On his GitHub page, that he does not feel capable to continue running Karma AI after 7 years of leading the driving assistance company. He has been an active hacking technology community member for years, rose to fame because he was the first to carry unlock iPhone, got in serious legal trouble with Sony over his hack at the PlayStation 3, and then he and Elon kind of got in it. Like Tesla was recruiting him for a while, but it wasn't as good as he said it was, but there was interest there. He built a working self-driving 2016 ILX, Acura ILX, and had various run-ins with state and federal authorities. They abandoned their plans to build an autonomous vehicle to focus on driver assistance tech. So Open Pilot is the name of the Comma AI product. He says this is no longer about all-nighters, powering through with brute force, sparring with elegance, winning and losing, all within grasp, yet not. I'm probably delusional, but you wouldn't start a company otherwise, right? It's no longer a race car, it's a boat. And steering a boat requires too much dadgum planning and patience. This is my favorite Rick and Morty clip. If Comma succeeds, it really never was me. It was the people there who can drive boats, as I am with the world. I am a cheerleader and a court jester. Oh. He's considering founding a new company called the Tiny Corporation to tackle deep learning. So kind of like Andre, like he felt that he was no longer doing what he loved. He was managing people. So he wants out. And the whole thing about the power through Silicon Valley culture, that is something that's come up with the folks at Twitter. They don't get stock options anymore. And Elon is pushing them to work all night, all day to get stuff done, just like he does with folks at SpaceX and Tesla, except those people do get stock options. So some folks are telling each other, don't burn yourself out for nothing. It's not your company. We'll see how that goes. Somebody described it like Hunger Games, like, hey, you're doing all this for the same wage you already got. You're a brilliant engineer. Why not go somewhere else? I'm not telling them to quit. I'm just saying I do kind of agree with not work your wage. Work your wage. I'm not quiet quitting, but I mean, I'm of the type I'll do extras every now and then, but I don't see killing yourself like
Right.
just working way over for somebody who's not going to appreciate it and won't even recognize it for you. The same thing we say to the people who are out there cheerleading Elon on Twitter and out in the real world. Like, he's never going to see you, guy. He's never going to see you. So keep it within reason. I mean, like I respect the guy for some of the stuff he does do, and I'm not afraid to call out when he's being a jerk, and or just dumb. Because I had a boss who called him smart. Not him. He had a phrase. He said, "That's a smart dumbass." For somebody who was really intelligent, but also was making like just really, really not the best moves because they thought they were smarter than everybody else. So do what feels comfortable. Don't give yourself health complications from overworking at a place where you won't benefit from it. It's like if you did that at Tesla, you did that at SpaceX. Like, hey, you're gonna make the company succeed. You're gonna see a $200 bump in the stock price, and that's gonna make you a Tesla millionaire by the time you retire. That's cool, but it's like being at McDonald's and being the best burger maker ever, and you've got them awards for your location, and then they don't even give you a bonus. I've never worked at McDonald's, so I don't know how that works, but
Right.
I did do groceries, and they, sometimes you get tips, sometimes you didn't. I don't know. There are certain places that you have to decide whether it's worth your investment in time and labor. Tesla works quickly to clear the land for Giga Berlin expansion that will increase output to more than 1.5 million cars. So they're continuing to clear out the rest of the cardboard forest, and that is not hyperbole. That is not a joke. This forest was planted to make paper, and so it was always going to get cut down. But now it's being cut down to replace it with an electric car factory, and you still get the paper. So it's a win-win. They're just not planting anything more in that spot. However, they are now planting locally 3 trees for every one they cut down, and the 3 trees they put there are local trees. They're not this cardboard pine. They're trees that actually belong in the area. So it's actually a net benefit all around. But if you might have wondered why Giga Berlin looks like it's the corner of a gigafactory, it's because it is a corner of a gigafactory. They're going to expand it out to be more rectangular in size and look like the other 3, 4 gigafactories. I guess there's only 2 that are actually of the gigafactory style. You've got Giga Nevada, the original, which is slowly filling out, and then you've got Giga Texas, which is like the ultimate vision of what they saw for the gigafactory. Then you've got Giga Shanghai, which is going there, so that's 3. Then you've got Giga Berlin is getting there. That's 4. And then Fremont is a gigafactory, but it's not this kind of gigafactory. It's just gigabyte output. Yeah. So it'll start to look more normal as they finish it. It's pretty cool. So now phase 3. We wish them luck. Hopefully they can fight all the bureaucracy, because there will be more. This is Germany we're talking about. California regulators get a chance to try out Tesla full self-driving beta, and then they later try out the kilowatts. I think it's Ryan, his Model Y, because either they didn't have enough time to finish, or they wanted to make sure that the car that Tesla gave them to do the tests in was the same as the regular customers on the street, which is prudent. And I mean, this is the way to do it. Like you have concerns about full self-driving, you have questions, you go try it out. You don't just say, "Oh, they called it full self-driving. That's dangerous. People are going to think they can sleep." No, nobody thinks they can sleep if they own this thing. Our friend Drew says it tries to kill you at least once a month to make sure you know, I'm the captain now. Just so you know not to trust it like that. So it makes sense. So they got a chance with a couple of Tesla-owned cars, and then they went out and tried Ryan's car, and they thanked him. Driving the kilowatts of this vehicle was helpful in understanding the current state of Tesla's technologies. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, it is Ryan. For some of these Twitter folks that I interact with occasionally, I do find it, like when they've got a name like the kilowatts, it's I have trouble keeping track of their human name.
Yeah. I used to think that too.
Yeah, my human name is my Twitter name, so it's a little easier. So that's pretty cool, and I'm glad to see them doing it the right way, trying it out, seeing for themselves, rather than just saying, this is blah blah blah, banned. It's like the scientific method. It's the informed approach. All right, so for those of you that aren't trapped in the yesteryear land of your Tesla firmware, Tesla Update 2022.40.4 is now out, and here are some release notes. You can now have Sentry Mode and Dog Mode running at the same time. Before, because of the way Sentry Mode operated, it would blast some noise into the car. It runs the sound system at 11 and plays 1 of 2 songs. Well, the same song, but with 1 or 2 renditions of it, to scare off any people who have impacted the car. It shows a message on the screen, like you see a little. It used to be HAL 9000's eye, and now it's Portal's eye, to let the people know they're being watched. While Dog Mode or Pet Mode displayed a message on the screen that showed what temperature it was inside. That way people didn't try and smash your windows to rescue your dog, when it's actually better off in there than tied to the car with a water dish waiting for you to come back with a police officer. Because the air conditioner and the heater are on. And then it lets you know, like you get messages on your phone if the air conditioner fails. And like for all of the breathless pearl clutching, I'm wondering how many people's air conditioner just fails randomly in the middle of the parking lot like that. That this was such a big worry. I mean, my Model X had 3 air conditioner failures, but they weren't instant. Like I knew they were coming on like when I started the trip, and then you could kind of see that hey, it's not keeping up, and you could feel it. So I would never have had a pet in a condition where the air just suddenly stopped on them. Like what are you driving? Like this is like some East German old car that somehow had air conditioning and like it just wasn't up to snuff. Like either way, uh, they could see on the screen what the temperature was, not what it was set to, what it was, and so they knew if it was dangerous or not. But you couldn't enable the two at the same time because if somebody started to try and break into your car, um, the volume at 11 with the songs it plays are dangerous for hearing, and it would not just spook the crap out of your pet, uh, literally and figuratively. That's a mess to clean up right there. Um, it's bad for their hearing. It could cause hearing loss, and so what they just didn't allow the two to be used together. And now you can use them together. But what happens is if pet mode is on and sentry mode is on, it won't play the sound inside, uh, damaging your pet. So that's good. Improved charging efficiency during DC fast charging. The thermal control systems have been optimized for each station's output power, which is cool. Your radio stations have logos if you use that, and assuming you didn't get a MCU upgrade on a Model S or X.
Unless you pay extra for it. I mean,
Yeah, you paid extra for it to get the radio back. $500 extra.
Like, no, nah.
Yep. Driver's door unlock mode. Like you might think, well, that's been in there since 2012, hasn't it? Yes, it has. However, on the new models like the Model 3 Y and the Plaid class vehicles, not necessarily Plaid because you can get a long range with it. Those vehicles, they have buttons to get out instead of the handles. So if you're in driver's door unlock mode and there's people who want to get in the car or get out of the car, you can just hold down the driver's door unlock button or the door open button. Just hold it down, and now all the other doors will unlock as well, which is cool. Oh, and the trunk. So it just unlocks the doors, like as if you push twice on the fob or push unlock on the app.
Right.
Assuming you have a fob, because the 3 and Y don't come with a fob. You have to buy that extra. Tire configuration. We talked about this. You can reset the learn tire settings directly after tire rotation or swap or replacement for an improved driving experience. And then they also showed where you can then, on some cars, tell it if you have winter tires or all-season tires or summer tires. That's cool. Nice little updates. Oh, that's new. Is this new? GM recalls and reworks crews after a crash. What spam? No wonder that they don't like to keep their comments open. Let's see. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to report it. Sure. All right. I can do the rest, but we're busy, and flagging that one will bring them to the article for moderation. So let's look and see what they're saying about GM. This is September 1st, so we probably talked about this during our recalls, or this might have been one of the ones that my phone or daughter dismissed, so we didn't discuss it. Came after a San Francisco crash in June that injured 2 people, despite the company reaching a 10 million mile milestone. The system is to decide between 2 different risk scenarios and choose the one with the least potential for. And this is the trolley problem right there, having to pick a risk scenario. I like Tesla's approach: just don't cause any accidents, and then you're fine. It doesn't matter any priority level. Just don't get into a crash. Versus having to pick. Oh, do you hit the old lady or do you hit the 2-year-old? How about we don't hit anybody?
Yeah, right.
All right, so let's go talk about Canoe some more. Canoe will manufacture EV battery modules in Oklahoma. That's a good thing. Bring it home, baby. And speaking of Canoe, Dan had an article or picture for us. Let me see if I can't find it. It's way over here. Did you want to share those photos that you had with us, Marcus?
Oh, yeah, you said man, I posted on Instagram. Yeah. Oh, with the inside on my car.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. You welcome to do it, man.
Okay. Yeah, I
I
can do it.
posted on my Instagram. Just a little sneak peek. It's like a unleash in a couple of days. Yeah. Finally.
Finally. Let's see what we got here. I don't see the picture of the canoe. All right, I'll just work through them this way. Link to this show or last show. Dash cams. SpaceX. SpaceX assessed the structural integrity of a fully stacked Starship vehicle. Thank you, Dan. And then Dawood found some pictures of the Tesla Semi. So let's do share screen window. This one. I found it interesting that it ships with the seat installed. No paint. Here's a seat. So I'm wondering if these are for crash testing or that's like a weird arrangement right there.
What's this again?
This is the Tesla Semi and the seat.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think this is you here. Yeah, this is the inside of smoke.
And you may want to mute the music. I think it's.
Yeah, I thought I heard tunes.
Yeah, I know you want the music.
Oh, I'm fine with it, but Sony and them, they want to take me off the air. That roll cage looks sharp, baby.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. And you said it was removable or it's just replaceable to take it back to stock?
It's removable. Yeah, everything removable, even the seat delete. So it looks removable. It's removable. So I can put everything back in that factory and so on. We won't take the value away from the car.
There you go. All right. So let's see if I can't find you that we were talking about. There's my license plate. I got a new license plate. The Semi shows off compressive acceleration. Musk and Twitter. It's a Semi. Natural gas with Nikola. And yeah, so Nikola claims they're going to be doing carbon sequestration for something. I don't really believe that they're actually going to be able to do it because nobody's actually made carbon sequestration work on a massive scale yet. So if anybody's going to do it, I wouldn't say that Nikola is going to be doing it. It's just if everybody else was already doing it and Nikola said that we can do it too, okay, but it's going to take a lot to earn their trust back, or for them to earn our trust back. So China engineers. Is a reel by somebody.
I want to show this right quick. I want to show this right quick while you're doing. You said tag. I don't know if you saw, but this is my tag. I went and got a custom tag for my enclosed trailer.
Yeah.
So when I'm going to my event, look here. You probably can see it. That's what it says.
EV load. I like it.
So yeah, that's for my enclosed.
Yeah. So Dan sent us an article about GM is using new EV separators, which is pretty cool. It's designed to allow them to get more into their pack and make it more efficient. Yeah. Tesla Plaid duals hypercar that's 44 times its price and still wins. Go figure. The Ram electric truck will lead in range and towing, says the company. We'll see. And will it have a reasonable name? Or will they have a voting contest so we can name the thing so it's not stupid? Einride establishes charging station network and unveils next generation autonomous electric truck. I think we looked at Einride a couple of months ago, so probably just the next gen on that. We'll leave it be. Tesla China, Tesla Model X, Model Y price cut with Mach-E. I don't see the picture of the canoe anymore. Dan showed us an army canoe. So that's what I was looking for. It was like an army-clad canoe. It was looking sharp. You know what? I wonder if I have a chat with Just Dan where that is. No? If I find it, I'll save it and share it with you guys. That's what I got. Or it's in the notebook. Moving on. Petro Canada issues a huge EV charging fee increase across the country 1 week after acknowledging how unreliable their network is. It's like, hey, if you can charge, here's the new fee. Or maybe the fee will be used to actually fix their stuff. So that's also something to look out for if you're charging your EV in Canada in public. Petro Canada. Let's see. When you join us along Canada's electric highway, pay 50 cents per minute while you charge, no connection or idling fees. Previously, the website had said, pay by the minute when you visit us in Canada's electric highway with no connection or idling fees. Pricing may vary by province. So I guess if you're in a province where they charge more than 50 cents per minute, then that's a savings. But man, based on the way the article's written, it sounds like they're putting the screws to you. Because it used to be 25% per minute, 25 cents per minute in New Brunswick, and a high of 33 cents per minute in Alberta. Yeah, they just. According to Suncor, the price increase took effect yesterday, November 1st, and was done to help expand and improve the network. That's why I said hopefully they use the money to make their stuff better. Is it enough? I doubt it. If you're a RBC customer, you can still take advantage of their offer for $100 of free charging at Petro Canada. If the network is up when you get there, because apparently they have the same kind of reliability as some of the ones here in the States. So a couple months ago, the Peterson Museum had the Tesla Roadster, the Cybertruck, and a few others in their collection for a while on loan. And now they've got a year-long Inside Tesla expedition starting in November and running until October 22nd of next year. Let's try to remember to get over to the Peterson Museum. Oh, that was my server letting me know that they're going to start charging me for a feature. It was previously free, but it's because it was a beta, and then I went into the minimum plan because I don't have racks and racks of servers, and so they're letting me know that it's going from the phase out of the beta to real. But I saw a little thing out of my eye saying, we're going to charge you money. I was like, what? Who is this? Okay, that's cool. Admission to the opening preview party will cost $199 for VIP or $100 for general. And general admission tickets cost $19 for an adult, $12 for a child 4 to 17, or $17 for a senior. All right. So if we can get to California sometime in the next year before October, we can see the Tesla exhibit. Put that on our list of things to do. No comments on that one. SpaceX is offering Starlink discounts and promotions in Australia and Europe. After we just talked about putting caps on. The caps are really just to help alleviate the stress. Some folks were using way more data than anticipated, and so they want to make sure it's available to everybody without having to increase the fees or their expense to provide the service. Bennett says it definitely seems too close to the middle of the line. Yeah, we talked about that. Artemis and U.S. Army are both having canoes. Would be an interesting look. Undercuts the Hummer EV lunar branding. It does. It totally does, because it's like little moon men and boot prints and craters and like the whole thing about this. Like somebody else pointed out to us that all the Hummer EVs are white. Like there's like any other color you see is a wrap. But that white goes with the whole moon theme, I think. But like you said, like it does undercut them having all that lunar branding, but at the same time, at their price, I would much rather see something like a $30,000 to $50,000 canoe than a $212,000 Hummer doing government work, personally. Because like, where's the government get their money? Us, all of us. So I'd rather it be spent wisely. I'm not saying don't go to space. I'm saying don't get a $200,000 car when a $50,000 car would do the trick. Unless it was a gift. I mean, you can gift the government stuff. They don't stop you. It just can't gift it to an individual. You say, hey, this is to the department, or hey, here's IRS, here's some extra money to pay down the debt, or whatever. You can do that. Okay, so in some of these places, they've reduced the price from temporarily. So your opening kit until New Year and years until the new year with Starlink in Australia, instead of paying 924 Australian dollars, you can pay $450 for the kit, which is nice. And where's the other one? So it's a 51% discount. I said Australia and Europe. Where are the European ones? All right. So along with the discount in Australia, SpaceX has also cut the price of the monthly subscription fee in Italy. According to email sent to existing customers, the monthly fee has been reduced 29% from 70 euros to 50 euros, or $94 to $67 Canadian, or $69 to $44 US. Man, they have some nice rates. We're over here at 110, 135 for normal people, 500 for business, and $5,000 for mega yachts. $44 must be nice. But I do like the way that the Musk companies do tend to regionally make everything kind of line up both with the exchange rate and the actual purchasing power in the area, because they want to make sure that, if you have a rural farm in Africa, they're not going to charge you the same as a rural farm in Montana, because the purchasing power is different. And it's just as important for the little African children to be able to go to school as it is for the little farmer in Montana. I like that. All right. Oh, Switzerland. Switzerland, they're going for Switzerland RV for $119 per month. I don't understand. I think I was just saying that. I don't know what they're saying about Switzerland. Limited time promotion where customers pay €1 for the hardware. The remaining balance will be billed over 30 days, unless you're activated. Unless the customer opts to cancel and return the equipment. Interesting. So it sounds like a deal. I'm not sure. Like, if I slow down and read it, I'm sure it would make more sense. But it sounds like you buy it and it's cheaper. Unless you don't buy it. I don't know. I'm not in Switzerland. It's not that important to me. But for those of you, read into that further. Tesla driver gets minor injuries after train crashes into EV. Report. So the driver was trying to beat the train. They failed and got clipped. And somehow only had minor injuries, thankfully. Yeah. So there was a smattering of comments on this, not this, but on Twitter and elsewhere. Their complaints were, one, that any car that had its rear end sheared off by a train, the driver would be all right in the front seat, which maybe. The others were trying to claim that FSD did this, except that in all of the articles, it claimed that the driver was trying to get around the train. The driver is not FSD. The driver is the human who didn't want to wait for the crossing bars.
I can imagine, man.
Yeah.
Let me get some more people comments now. I try not to interact with them because there's just be some stupid stuff I see.
Well, I try not to, but this dude was chasing me down. He's like, sounds like FSD to me. I'm like, so if I take over, if assuming it was on FSD, if I take over and then steer around, how is that FSD? Now,
exactly.
My experience with FSD, if it was FSD, was it would steer me at the train. That's assuming it didn't say take over now, you got this, which is what it would be most likely to do. But like I said, the next thing it would be most likely to do if it was FSD would be to try to crash me into the train, not get clipped by it.
I wouldn't even play with them, man. I don't play with them trains, period.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And even then, you're still the driver, even if FSD is there. If you see FSD is doing something that's going to get you killed, you smash the brake pedal or do whatever it takes to undo that situation. You're training the system. You're not just letting it run amok. Because if you just let it do that, then it's not training anything. There's nothing learned from that. That's a good point. Gifting the Hummer EV would be great for PR, cheaper than Super Bowl commercials. Absolutely, especially like, they get every Artemis launch or every I guess it's stuck to the launch vehicle because like the three Teslas, they've got two Ravens and one new one. They're all stuck to the Falcon 9 Dragon program.
Is that the back of the? Is that the back of the vehicle or the front? I'm trying to determine.
This is the rear wheel arch right here.
Okay.
Yep. That's the story of Kent Codds getting T-boned by Ram pickup at 80 miles per hour and him just breaking teeth. Yeah. Let's see. So NBC Bay Area reported this. Despite the driver's apparent carelessness and recklessness, she was ultimately lucky. The driver Emilio Martinez, whose vehicle was hit by a large section of the Tesla, was actually a licensed EMT. So he ended up. Oh, I see what happened when the car was hit by the train. A large chunk of the car hit Emilio's truck vehicle, and he got out and saved the driver, or assisted the driver. Ultimately, crashes like this are reasons among why Tesla is pushing development of technologies like autopilot and FSD to make sure that the human element is removed from the car. Yes. All right, there we go. As reported by NBC, the Tesla reportedly tried to beat the train through the crossing, an incredibly dangerous move, one that could have easily claimed a life or several. According to witnesses interviewed by the news outlet, the Tesla driver was reportedly sitting on the tracks when the crossing arm came down on the vehicle. That's another thing. Like, they say don't block intersections. You definitely don't want to park any reason for any amount of time on train tracks. Make sure that there's room for you to proceed before entering the box. Because you never know if somebody's just going to stop or crash or the car break down. Now you're stuck on the tracks, and now there's a train coming. And the way that a lot of people drive around the world, the next lane over might not even be open for you to do something with because they've crammed you in. That's just how it works. Sorry. So this was the left of the car. Let's see.
There was very little left of the back of this Tesla after it was hit by an Amtrak Capital Corridor train a little after 9:30 this morning at the Martin Avenue crossing in Santa Clara.
So this is a very clear crossing. It's not even like it was one of those ones where like it wasn't maintained well and like it's a double track. Like there's trains coming through here occasionally.
Police, VTA, and work crews gathered at the scene where parts of the car were thrown in all directions.
Yep, that was the rear right there. Wow.
People at the scene called the incident bizarre and told me the car somehow ended up under the guard arm, and at least one person telling us they saw the driver then trying to beat the train across the tracks.
I believe
if the guards come down on you and your car isn't like moving, get out and run. Don't pick anything up with you. Just get out and run. Like, yeah.
she get out from her car and tried to push the red flag up. And then
no, don't get out of the car and push the thing. Just get out and run.
When the train passed, that's when the train hit her car.
A passing driver who works near the scene told us a large section of the Tesla's drivetrain actually hit his car. His supervisor showed us the damage.
He saw parts of the vehicle coming towards his car. He said he kind of braced himself for the impact, and it was a pretty big sound.
In a strange and fortunate twist, that driver, Emilio Martinez, who didn't want to talk on camera, is also a licensed EMT. So he ended up being the first responder, helping the injured Tesla driver.
The driver was in pretty rough shape, so he tried asking her if she was okay, and he didn't get a response. So from there, he cut the seatbelt to remove her from the vehicle.
Look at how much of the car
Police
is.
say the Tesla driver was treated for what turned out to be minor injuries. We left a message for the car's registered owner, but did not hear back. The Capital Corridor train was delayed about an hour as crews checked for damage. No passengers were reported injured. Those who saw it all go down say it left them a bit shaken up, but relieved.
Just don't play with trains. Play silly games, win silly prizes. Exactly. Rob said, hold up. Yes. That's right. Don't play with trains. The prize was frankly not in proportion to the game. Unbelievable they walked away. Such a tank. I agree. She was out of the car and got back in. Exactly, Rob. Like, what? Once you're out of the car, just leave it. That's what insurance is for. Oh. It's people like this giving Tesla a bad name. Yep. But it's not just Tesla. People all over do this stuff. Exit the vehicle to move the arm off the Tesla. No words. The arm would scratch the paint. Just go through the arm and pay the fee. You're going to have to pay it anyway after you get your car hit by the train. So you're going to pay something. Mm. Train pulled right out in front of him. Let me fix this. Tesla driver gets minor injuries after moving into the train's right of way, causing a crash. Report. Yes, a much better headline. That train just pulled right out in front of me. Who could have predicted it? All right, let's move on. SpaceX has added swarm connectivity for just for IoT devices for just $5 per month, and this isn't coming from Starlink. This is from SpaceX proper. So, what this is, if you have IoT devices like something that's tracking a container ship around the world, or something monitoring the levels of a well or a river, and you've just got a monitor on it, you can get for $5 per month. You get a it was a slim amount of messages that were just in the kilobits of packets. But for these type of messages, it's actually a reasonable amount of free connectivity. The Swarm eval kit is $449, and the Swarm asset tracker is just $99. That lets you track something, and the eval kit would be for the other more rather than just tracking an asset around the world, like measuring something and giving a value out every now and then. Let's see. So does this one have the pricing, or do I got to go to SpaceX for this? All right. So you get 150 kilobits of data per month per device, and this would save you $22,500 per month. So remember, I was complaining about maritime for families, and also pointed out that maritime for other businesses is considerably more expensive than what SpaceX charges? Well, look at this. 150 kilobits. 22.5 is your savings. Space is expensive, but man, like you gotta give it to SpaceX for democratizing this stuff. Like we're talking like to the point where people were able to abuse a terabyte per month connection. 150 kilobits for 22.5. Extrapolate out that to 1 year, SpaceX could save you $270,000 per year with SpaceX Swarm. You can find more at swarm.space, which should take you to a SpaceX website. I went to SpaceX and clicked on IoT. Okay, so Swarm is actually it's its own little sub brand, just like Starlink is. This is very much a Musk company site. Oh yeah, weather station at the top of a mountain. That'd be pretty useful use for it. You got uniquely small sats. They bought this company, so Swarm was a real separate company, and now it's a SpaceX company. Or you can work with us. There we go. Tesla leads Canada's ZEV registrations. They hit an all-time high of 9.4% in Q3. So they're trying to make it under the wire on this Canada Zero Emissions program. Not bad. Let's see here. The Boeing company starts full-scale Hyperloop testing. So we talked about how they removed the test Hyperloop at the beginning of the show, and well, now they're starting on the full scale because the original Hyperloop test kit would not have fit a Model 3 in it. Let's see. The announcement didn't say where this new Hyperloop is located, but it is likely to be built in Bastrop, Texas, where the Boring Company and SpaceX have set up operations. That looks cool. I don't know what they're going to do about the low pressure. Do you got to wear a EVA suit, or not EVA suit? What's the one you wear inside the capsule? The space launch suit, just in case something goes wrong. Promo shot shows a Model 3 in the tunnel. An interesting tidbit: Hyperloops are generally designed with an airtight shuttle in mind, as the concept only works in a vacuum. So we're not sure if the Model Y is ideal for such an endeavor. Is it a Y? It looks like a 3. Clicking in on it. Gotta see it full screen. It still looks like a 3 to me. All right, let's close this down. I don't need that. Hyperloops are generally designed to use in a vacuum. As pointed out on Twitter, we assume it's just for a promo shot, but neither the Boring Company or Musk have revealed any more details. The airlock design looks like for the airlock of the video game Fallout, a lovely ode to the infamous gaming franchise. It's a good time that Boring Company hit its goal of full-scale testing by the end of the year. That's always good when they meet a timeline. We have no clue what the company is testing, nor do we know at what stage they're at, but some movement on Hyperloop is positive. Absolutely. Boring could test and validate a solution, it would revolutionize transportation sector for years to come. Absolutely. And they might have more stick-to-itness than some of these other companies that decided they were going to open source and run with Hyperloop. Cool beans. Honda shows off their next EV concept, the EN series. This thing looks actually pretty cool. Took place at the 5th China International Import Expo, so don't expect to see this anytime soon in the US. Honda and Toyota are still just dragging butt when it comes to getting EVs on the road. So as I mentioned earlier in the show, some folks were saying that Tesla was looking at buying Glencore, and Elon says that's not true. Ian looks cool, but I see a Cadillac. That's true. Hopefully it has a better interior than Cadillac for folks that are non-Cadillac minded, because that is a different interface, and it takes some getting used to on the Cadillac. All right, so my notes. Pull this back up here. Pull the notes up here. There we go. Robert Williams sent us this one, which is fears as UK has just had 9 days left of supply compared to France's 103 days. So it's the same sort of situation as we were talking about with US possibly running out of diesel. The UK is looking at possibly running out of heating fuel. This one I would put more stock in because remember, Europe has the problem of relying on Russian gas and oil. So they might effectively run out. Same way I said that, you're not going to run to 0 drops of diesel in the country. Sorry, the breaking news thing distracted me. They're not likely to run through of 0 therms of gas, but it might get to the point where it is effectively unobtainable, where you're looking at thousands of pounds of per therm of gas. So I can see that, and I say it's more likely to happen than the US running out of diesel. All right, mouse, come back to me. There we go. The mouse is back. And I got this one from Reddit for some reason. Alaska remote address just received my confirmation of my order of the latitude 65 outside Fairbanks. Post was deleted by the person who originally posted it. All right. You know what, though? I think this is the person they didn't cover their address very well. And so that might be what that is. We talked about that earlier with the laser links going online. Just one person who benefited from it. All right, Sawyer says new average vehicle transaction prices fall for the first time in 5 months after recently hitting record high, according to Kelly Blue Book. The average transaction price decreased to $48,094 in September, slightly lower than the previous high of $48,240. So that's the average selling price of a new car. So whenever somebody says that, oh, I can't afford a Tesla, I can't afford an EV. There are EVs that are still less than 48,000. There might not currently be any easy to obtain new Teslas for that price, but a friend of ours just ordered 2 Model 3s for 30 grand. with a lot of options and low miles. They were used. So there you go. Any thoughts on when we'll see an update to the list of vehicles that will be qualified for IRA tax rebate starting January 1st? Government says they'll provide a full list by the end of the year. When do you sleep? I sleep when Elon sleeps. All right, so moving on to the next one. This is a Zachary. Is this our Zachary? Yes. He sent me. Oh, okay. It wasn't Dan that sent to me. It was Zach. Zach sent me the Army canoe. Found it. Holy poop! Canoe, Army truck. That's F&G. Look at that. Thank you, Zachary. Awesome. You know why I thought it was Dan? Because it came in at the same time as a bunch of messages from Dan. So here is the Marcus the Army canoe. That's sharp, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, as Bennett was saying, I think that seeing this taking the astronauts instead of the Hummer EV, I think would be awesome, especially if they, it's coming from a U.S. plant, that sort of thing. I think Canoe is U.S. and Arrival is European, right? I still mix the two of them up.
I have to Google it. Don't make me lie to you. I'll be lying if I answer that right now. Don't make me lie to you.
Is an American automotive startup based in Bennetville, Arkansas. There we go. And Arkansas is already close enough to Alabama for all the space stuff. I'm still disappointed how small the van is compared to all the other vehicles and how it looked in the pictures. Nothing wrong with the van. It's just I was thinking something huge, and that's all me. It's not their fault. Although they did kind of make them the same size on all their presentations. This one is huge, and these ones are not huge, but they're still sizable. What do we got next? This one is good news for those of you that have still have a gas vehicle in the home, or if you have a plug-in hybrid. Catalytic converter theft ring that made hundreds of millions is busted, said the feds. So this one is quite convoluted because why not? There was a company called DG Auto, which was buying all the catalytic converters from these thieves. They were grinding them up into the various powders and then selling them to another company. The Vang family sold $38 million in stolen catalytic converters to DG Auto, and can I pause this thing? I don't want it distracted like that. Anyway, okay, this is the bust. Okay, so this is kind of how far this ring was operating. Oh, they got solar. So even thieves want to save some money and be a little green. Let's see. DG sold. This guy got $13 million in wire transfers from DG, and more than $500,000 from Capital Core. Capital Core's core, and I was trying to look for the amount that DG made. It was quite a few $1 million that they got for reselling the what they processed out of the stolen converters into a metals recovery company. Let me see if I can just type in metals. Of course, not just the mouse is broken, the keyboard's broken too. Thanks, Mac. Seriously? Metal powders that process from catalytic converters to refinery. They made $545 million off of the 55 or whatever it said that they paid out. So, wow. This doesn't mean that they're going to stop stealing your catalytic converters on your Prius and your F-150, but there's a little bit of a dent in it right now, and maybe some of the local people will be afraid, or at least a little more cautious, and you won't get busted as often by these people. Start your car up and it sounds like a tractor. Obviously, this doesn't affect us EV people, but I'm sure that the people who have more genius than they need to be simple thieves, that they could have applied, become billionaire geniuses. They instead are stealing stuff. Yep. So with that, I want to thank Zachary for your generous donation, your contributions to the stories, Robert Williams for the stories, and of course everybody else of the co-hosts that bring in stories every week. And I want to thank our patrons and our channel members for your financial contributions as well. And of course, all of you for taking the time out of your week every week to watch and interact with us. And it's a blast. We'll catch you on the flip side. Yes, I'm sure. I pushed the button. Lillian's asking, are you sure you want to end the show? Yeah.